Sorry, guys. This household is now committed to the long and arduous process of getting Daniil and the other cats to get along. What's up? Daniil's running around and playing and sniffing up at Artemy, and then Artemy's running around with him, and so on and so forth. How y'all doing? Sorry I didn't stream last night. I wanted to, but I had a headache all damn day. I woke up with a headache today, too, so, we're gonna do the best we can. Have they drawn battle lines? No. They're getting along. It's gonna be okay. I think they're gonna make it, guys. I think these cats are gonna make it. What is Daniil's ideology? We have to wait for him to be a little bit older, okay? Let's not groom him into an ideology right away. Has Vosh been wearing a beanie again? Well, I slept past my alarm and also had a headache, so I didn't have time to shower. So yes, I just put a beanie on and allowed the sort of natural I haven't showered yet hair, bedhead to be sculpted in a favorable direction. No, I have not seen the Pez Outlaw. Uh, oh, more cat. Okay. They're zipping around. Could you please look at the Peru protests? After Castillo's self-coup, the new government has become the classic Latin American right-wing death squad archetype. 65 protesters dead so far. Jesus. Seems like the Bolivia situation all over again, if not worse. You defended Sankar's authoritarianism in Burkina Faso on utilitarian grounds. I'm not saying Castillo was justified because I don't know enough details, but maybe could you do a research stream? Yeah, I think the difference is that Sankara was like a legitimate Marxist and Castillo is a fucking retard. Um, I think it'd be worth looking into. The main issue that I saw is like it seemed like Burkina Faso was like a country going coup after coup after coup, and Sankara comes around and he's like, "Okay, holy shit, we need hospitals." Like he puts his fucking foot down. He's like, "No, no, stop. Okay, no, you're not cooing me. Shut up. We're going to give you health care. We're gonna have fucking food. Okay, shut up." Meanwhile, Castillo just seems to wear like I don't know a giant like cowboy bucket hat. And seemed to like the moment he won the election was like, yeah, I'm actually just going to be like a corrupt gangster, with a veneer of populism. I don't know. We can look into it one day. Takia Sensei. Too bad Sankara didn't get rid of the most obvious person to coup him. Yeah, the guy who put him in charge, and the guy with a bunch of political connections, and the guy who was starting to like indicate disapproval of Sankara's methods, and the guy who clearly had some kind of relationship with like the French government. Yeah, it sure is a shame. Sankara literally like a fucking Aladdin like Sultan vizier situation here, where he's like, ah, I have purged Burkina Faso of my enemies, except for you, good friend. And then he puts his hand on the most evil guy in the country. You would never betray me. No, of course not, sire. So it's like, okay. That's some. You see the new Clone High leak? No, no, I haven't. Who's even in charge anymore? Has Sakara had any long-lasting control post-mortem on his government? No. Sankara did a lot during his time, but then they killed him and undid everything he did. There were 2 military coups in Burkina Faso in 2022 alone. Right now, the country has like a bunch of Russian Wagner Nazi mercenaries who are like trying to take control of the government by winning the people's favor by fighting with ISIS. It's basically like the worst situation in the universe over there. It's really bad. The railroads he built still exist? Okay, I guess there's that. Some legacy. Yeah, from what I hear right now, Burkina Faso is basically like the starting area in an MMO RPG, you know? Like if you go over there, if you just walk into that country with an AR-15, some rations and a backpack full of ammunition, it's just like, dude, there's the Wagner like encampment area. There's got to be some cool loot over there. Whoa, dude, that's like the ISIS section. Oh, watch out. Those guys are high level. Got to be careful. Yeah, side quests all over this bitch. Jesus Christ. No, but she does like Jimmy Dore logical pretzels. Utah bans gender-affirming care for trans minors. Yeah. You can play stalker and simulate the Russians in the region. Yeah. I bet Burkina Faso is full of fetch quests too, SMH. Yeah, apparently there's a bug where, like, every NPC over there, if you talk to them, they're like, hey, can you please fetch me some fucking food and water? We're dying. Very, very strange decision, narratively. Seriously, though, Burkina Faso is fucked. Sankara is basically just like a distant memory to those people. The ones who are there who are old enough to remember him, God, I can't imagine. Yeah. There's a new settlement that needs defending. Shut up. Junta supporters take to the streets to celebrate French troop withdrawal from Burkina Faso. Oh, shit. New update. Thousands of demonstrators rallied Burkina Faso's Ouagadougou in Saturday to support the ruling junta days after France confirmed its special forces there would withdraw. Oh, excellent. Vosh, you know the life-size goat I have? I stood it up so Daniil could look at it, and Daniil pulled at its legs until it fell on him. Excellent. So Daniil is dead now. Have we talked about the Queen Turf yet? Stream started 7 minutes ago. What do you think of the whole Mr. Beast situation? We're actually going to talk about Mr. Beast first. Damn. Okay, wait, hold on. I can't believe I'm saying this. Of all the groups who needed to leave Burkina Faso, I feel like French special forces in this case were actually the least bad. Like, that's how bad the situation is over there. Of all the factions that are involved in Burkina Faso that aren't Burkina Faso itself, why? Because the other groups are ISIS and the Wagner group. Jesus Christ. Defending the French military, SMH, yeah. You know this is playing into Wagner's hands. Look at the flags. Yeah, see the Russian flags? Some protesters on Saturday held Russian flags, giant posters of the leaders of Mali and Guinea, West African neighbors like Burkina Faso, ruled by military juntas following coups. Other signs denounced the diktat, the French president Emmanuel Macron. True. However, turning away from France in favor of Russia and the Wagner mercenary group in the anti-jihadist fight has not convinced all Burkinabe citizens. We demanded the French soldiers' departure. Now that it's done, we must not let in other imperialists, said Ibrahim Sano, a 28-year-old shop worker. It's up to us to take full responsibility because the fight for true independence Burkina Faso begins now. Ah, fuck, dude. Good luck. Good luck. I'll say this much, okay? Here's a critical difference between French military imperialism and Russian military imperialism. In this specific instance, the French left. I don't think the Wagner group's going to leave, guys. Is the Wagner group owned by Russia, or is it an independent merc group that just heavily tied? It's an independent merc group that's controlled by an uber-wealthy Russian oligarch that is basically just a part of Putin's cabinet. It's not officially an arm of the Russian military, but it effectively operates as like their one of their special forces units. So basically, it's just Blackwater in the U.S. the Devos. I'd say the connection with Wagner is even closer to the government than that, but yeah. Why isn't the Wagner group in Ukraine, Vosh? You know why the Wagner group isn't Ukraine? Because they're going to fucking die. See, that's the nice thing about being mercenaries. They're like chasing a paycheck. They're not conscripts. The reason why they're over there instead of over in fucking Ukraine is because they would get the whole hey, buddy, this isn't Burkina Faso. This is motherfucking Ukraine. You're going to die, brother. before getting like shelled into oblivion by HIMARS from 100 miles away. There are no, there are some in Ukraine, but they're definitely like not. They're not like frontlining that shit. They got destroyed in Ukraine, Lamau, chasing a paycheck. Ukraine repels attack in eastern village, while Russians Wagner claims to have taken a village. Ukraine's armed forces said they'd held 14 settlement attacks in Donetsk region. Funny shit. My brother in Christ, this is the Donbass. You're gonna become a goddamn sunflower. What interest does Russia even have in Burkina Faso? Fighting ISIS is a way of winning the favor of the people of Burkina Faso so they can de facto take control of the government. Seems like Africa is becoming the new playground for 21st century imperialism. Yeah, it was always going to be this way. Africa and the Middle East are the big ones right now. More so Africa than the Middle East, I think, in the long run. Because Africa doesn't have a hegemon. It's not as easy. New? Sorry, I should clarify. New playground for 21st century imperialism in the sense that neo-colonialism is going to take a more specific interest there. With China, with China as strong as it is in Asia, um, with Russia collapsing under our feet, and with Latin America far more developed than it was during the Cold War, it seems like the only area of the world where you can just freely run around and commit war crimes in pretty soon is going to be like Africa broadly. Which means that an African hegemon or like an African like transcontinental alliance, which has already been bantied about and to an extent already exists. It seems like it needs to be kind of inevitable. Yeah. Scramble for Africa 2.0. There are so many people in Africa, and there are going to be so many more. Does the U.S. even have any presence in the U.S.? In, I've heard we have some people here. All I know is China kind of controls it with the Belt and Road thing. You're talking about Africa. I meant in Africa. Yeah, I thought that's what you meant. You goofy little, you silly Billy. Um, Yeah, to an extent, but not so much. I think that Russia and China have been a lot more effective. See, the thing is, in terms of like global optics, we're still like the global imperialists, and that's still kind of true. So, given that Africa is just chock full of countries that have been victimized by Western imperialism, um, it's pretty difficult to turn a narrative in our favor there when it comes to like which country you want to throw your weight behind or support. Yeah. The US has a presence in Somalia. Somalia, the fortress of Africa. Yes, we're not totally absent there. It's just, you know. New German villain arc just dropped after all that shit with the tanks. Now they're saying they won't give jets to Ukraine. That makes sense. I wouldn't expect them to give jets to Ukraine. Do you have any idea how long it would take to educate a Ukrainian fighter pilot on a new jet? Don't fighter pilots have to spend literal like not years, but like months and months and months learning how to fly specific jets because it's so complicated and there's like so much specific stuff to every single one. Like giving a jet, like every jet is so expensive and it's like, okay, here's like yeah, hundreds of hours of training, and also if it gets even a little bit damaged, like you won't be able to repair it because it takes 8 billion parts to repair anything done to a jet because they're so complicated. Like it's I think that you can get a person educated. You can get a tank crew educated, um, like relatively quickly. Because the thing is with the tank, if you stop moving the tank, it just sits there. If you stop moving a jet, it falls down. I think that it's comparatively a lot easier to get a tank crew up to speed than it is to get a fighter pilot up to speed for a new piece of equipment. Mike is still mad about it. What are we talking about? I think the minimum amount of time practice flying in a jet is somewhere in the thousands of hours before they ever see combat. Man, that is insane. Holy shit. We've had pilots training on F-16 since July, Vosh. They're like pre-training? Where? Where have Ukrainian did they like leave the country and they've all been like they've all been like on a NATO airbase somewhere training it up in the event that it gets donated in the US? I don't know. Talk about JKR now? All right, we're delaying it by 10 more minutes. Nicely done, Hungamaster 42069. You know what I hate. Admiral Akbar, I'm sorry that your Iranian internet's being shitty. I'll look at that in a second. Wrong. Vosh, I am a fighter pilot, and I was allowed to fight after 10 hours of training. I'm also Russian. Wrong. Vosh, I am a fighter pilot. Wait, is that even Russian? I am a fighter pilot, and I was allowed to fight after only 10 hours training. I'm also Russian. There we go. Close enough. Niet. 10 hours, fine. Show us more of New Baby. I can, but I got all these links I have to look at. Then we can do the politics. Okay, fine. I'll show him real quick. Real quick. Here. Quick showcase. Quick showcase, because he just ate. Why is he shivering? Because he's excited. He just ate and he was playing. Here. Be free. Oh my god. Ew. I have to bend over this. Like if I had 1 inch. Good luck. Alright, he's currently trying to socialize with the cats. Soon he'll be allowed to run around freely. Oh my god. Text, hello. Makes sense, Flavier. Excuse me. We'll confirm his ideology soon. Bernie Sanders, top foreign policy guy, everyone. Is Biden right to send tanks to Ukraine? Our panel reacts. How does this end? We risk a downward spiral of death. We need diplomacy. Matt Dose says this was a necessary decision. Damn! Bernie Sanders, top foreign policy guy, was the only based dude who answered this question? Hell yeah. We risk a downward spiral of death by not giving them more tanks. I agree. Okay, let's clear through these links real quick. Then we have to talk about the Mr. Beast and the Antichrist. Okay, so what happened here exactly?
stream to like create a pattern of behavior where I really want, especially women on Twitch, to feel safer. Like we call fucking booba spam cringe. We don't do that there. I've never made like a fucking weird, I don't know, seat sniffing joke. I've never done anything like that. I've never done anything like that on this stream.
What? 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 Twitch streamer Atriarch issued an apology after accidentally revealing he watched deepfake videos of streamers Pokimane and Maya. How was this discovered? How was this found out? How was this? He had a tab open on stream. He commissioned deepfake. Oh, he didn't just find them. He commissioned them. He didn't just incidentally happen upon deepfakes. He paid. Scroll down, dumb fuck. Scroll? What, with this mouse button? That's crazy. This is the frame leak by the streamer where a Chrome tab containing an adult site featuring a deepfake video of Pokimane and Maya Hige can be seen. Wait, how does that mean that he commissioned it? I got morbidly curious and I clicked on something. It's gross and I'm sorry. It's so embarrassing. Neither of the streamers in the video have commented on the situation yet. Wait, so wait, did he not commission it? Okay, so it wasn't commissioning. It was just watching it. Okay, so it wasn't it wasn't commissioning. He didn't commission them. He paid for access. Okay, somebody said he paid for them, and in my mind, because in art, when you pay for porn, you commission it. Okay. It was a paywall that he got through. Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. All right. Let's finish. Okay, hold on.
And we don't tolerate any sex behavior in the chat. We ban it on site.
So this is his wife behind him? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy, dog. Couldn't be me.
And like I've done this consistently over and over and over. And then fucking at 2 a.m., you know, I've been watching so much fucking, I've been reading so much fucking AI stuff. I'm reading all this fucking stuff about AI and fucking deepfake music, deepfake art, and everything. And I'm in these fucking discords, and I just feel so embarrassing to admit, but I was on fucking Pornhub, dude. I was on a fucking regular ass normal fucking website, and there was an ad.
What? Okay, hold on. What vibe does this guy normally give off? Is this one of those like positivity streamers, or is this like a gamer dude? What? Wholesome. He does the okay. He's normally pretty professional. Okay, I'm thinking like this is not the reaction that I would expect somebody like XQC to have if he got in trouble for something like this. You know? Probably crying because he doesn't want to lose his life. He's not going to lose his livelihood. He's like a Ludwig type streamer. Okay.
Ad. There's an ad on every fucking video for this fucking. So I know other people must be clicking it because it's on every fucking video for fucking deepfake thing. And then I stream to like.
He clicked on a porn ad.
I really want.
He clicked on a fucking porn ad. He went to Pornhub, and he clicked on an ad. First mistake. First mistake, brother. Last mistake. Are you what? You click on a fucking Pornhub porn. Oh my god. If I'm clicking around on Pornhub or whatever and I accidentally click an ad, I've got a big red nuke computer button right here. Slam the button, wipes the hard drive, physically destructs the motherboard, ignites a fire in my kitchen, thus setting the blaze that I will collect insurance money off of. It just immediately. Unbelievable. Why the kitchen? Because that's where fires usually start. What if there's a hot MILF in your area? I know there are hot MILFs in the area. There's hot MILFs everywhere. They're MILFs. Yeah, whatever. It's very funny. The moment where it all went wrong. I have no idea why his wife is behind him, man. That's the thing that makes me most uncomfortable. Holy shit. They look like they're both coming on stream to announce that she had a fucking miscarriage or something. Like she's like dabbing her nose in the background. His eyes are like beet red. I like Jesus. This is very strange vibes. The whole debacle is very. This picture, this screenshot is indeed a bucket of bummer. Yeah. Here's Chris's take. This whole thing's embarrassing from multiple perspectives. There's so much porn. Why are you watching deepfakes? Deepfakes of your friends. What? You watch porn your streaming computer? Okay, hold on. I have only one. Hold on. Well, okay. First of all, chill. Second of all, uh, what about like clicking on porn ads? My God, they have a really amazing relationship, at least up until now. Maybe his wife wanted to be there to make sure he went out and apologized for it. Like physically supervising, that would be the worst possible outcome. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I look at porn on my car phone. Yeah, I only jerk off to porn on my Samsung smart fridge display screen. That's the only place I'll do it. No, Chris has a point in the last one, Vosh. Why not just use your phone instead? You fucking insane? Okay, nothing. Never mind. Also, Pokemon has explicitly stated multiple times she hates being sexualized. Oh, don't get me wrong. Totally weird. The deep faking your friends or whatever. I just don't understand why his wife is there sobbing along with him. That's very strange to me. I just don't get that. In the full 12-minute video, she talks about it as well. What does she say? Sorry, I'm suddenly extremely curious. Anderson, the only good streamer, is streaming. Okay, here we go. What does she say? I'm sorry, I need to find out. What is...
Obviously, you know, there's people from LSF. They're gonna make a bunch of
What?
jokes and things. I'm definitely. I'll give you like five, just because I don't want to say it a bunch of times.
What?
You just give you like 5
Turn up
minutes.
the volume. It's maxed out, and so is the volume in my OBS. Why is he so quiet? Hold on, I'll fucking double boost it. We're going even further beyond. Okay, good luck.
I'm gonna talk about it.
Wow, it's still
in 5
really
minutes.
quiet.
I just don't want too many crazy comments. So I'm just. It's only because I was torturing myself reading fucking LSF comments that made me feel sick to my stomach, and they're way too far. They took it way too far. So I don't know if I should include this or not, but I have the fucking the receipt thing right here. It's from the.
You can add a gain plugin in OBS. How many back-end settings do you want me to tinker with to adjust the gain on something that's already way too quiet? He's talking in a whisper, like, okay, load up boot, and in the boot drive, you're going to want to overclock your RAM so that you have more processing power, so that you can download the Chrome Audio Booster extension and the extra super double top secret Windows Giga Gain extension, so that you can and then this motherfucker is going to lean into his mic and like sneeze really loud and blow out my speakers and kill me in real life and kill the stream, and we're all going to die. Okay, so I'm trying not to like overclock everything on the back end. All right, Jesus.
Exact same day that fucking clip is from. All right, there's no pattern of behavior. It's not months and months and months. It was just one video on. I really want, especially women on Twitch, to feel safer. Like we call fucking booba spam cringe. We don't do that there. I've never all this fucking because it's on every fucking video for fucking deepfake thing, and then I click it and I'm fucking in this.
Does anyone else think he looks a little bit like Harry Potter, Daniel Radcliffe?
Rabbit hole and it too.
Doesn't he look a little bit like Daniel Radcliffe? No? Wait, really? None of you are seeing this? Am I thinking of Robert Pattinson? Does he look a little bit like Robert Pattinson? Okay, wait, yes, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. There we go. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Literally neither? I think he does. Whatever.
2 a.m. I don't know. I got morbidly curious and I clicked something and I it's just fucking it's gross. It's gross and I'm sorry. I really am. I really fucking am. It's not. I don't know. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. But I just really want to get across. It's not like a fucking pattern of behavior. And I don't know what I want to say or not. But I just hate doing this on stream, man. This is not what my stream's about at all. I hate this drama stuff, but I just feel bad. And I saw some comments for people that are in my community that were talking, and they felt so let down, and it made me feel support this stuff. I don't believe this stuff. Fucking vanilla guy. Girls didn't catch up.
But I do believe.
And
I just need to
I'm
know.
Sorry. I really fucking am. I don't know if you have any. I'm sorry I cut you off.
No, it's just deeply upsetting and extremely embarrassing. But I do believe Brandon in saying this is not a pattern of behavior. You know, he's pretty transparent with everything, keeping all his tabs open all the time. So I'm pretty privy to what he's up.
Fuck. All of this is weirder to me than the original thing, man. So much. Oh my god. It's so... See, she's talking louder. The vibes are off. Yeah.
To and Brandon always clicks through paywalls, so that wasn't kind of like an obstacle for him. And when he assures me that he'll never do anything like this again, I fully believe that. I'm just so sorry for everyone he's hurt by doing something like this. And like, don't feel bad for me. I'm not the victim. But I apologize for everyone he's hurt. And will continue to hurt when you did one thing like this. That's it. I don't know.
Thanks, babe.
Holy shit. Okay, sorry. I feel like I'm peering into a culture that I can't possibly understand. I hope to God if I ever had a chick backing me up on this, or like anything dumb like this or whatever. Like Ayo, yeah, Vosh is retarded. Good luck. Peace. I don't know. Logan Paul here. No, wait, guys. I'm not accusing him of being disingenuous. I'm not accusing him of being a liar. I just think that this is such a weirdly high level of emotional involvement for an inherently goofy thing. What is LSF saying about this? Like, this is genuine behavior here. This isn't like, oh, I never thought I'd have to make one of these sniff. Like, they're sincerely acting like this. It's just, you know. All right, what does LSF say? What a weirdo.
You may have heard
God damn it. Me watching people get canceled for things they do every day. True. Nothing but honesty here. The fine people from LSF. Actually paid for porno. Megalol. See, people are just like making fun of this. Yeah, okay, whatever. Godspeed. All right. Politics? 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 Hello? Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yes? Well, you sent me on Discord? Okay, not politics, actually. Cat video. But then politics. Politics? Whoop. Wait, you sent me a lot on Discord. Okay, hold on. Guys, real quick. Content, homie. Oh, hold on. I hate the Windows Media Player. Automatically does that. Oh, wait, that's from the other day. That's not that. This is that. Hold on. Whoa.
Be nice. You complaining about? What are you talking about? Oh, you want the sun. Yeah. Pigeon is watching. Danielle. Oh, be careful, buddy.
Baby.
Danielle. What a baby.
Ooh. Love them so much. So good. Contact. Look at them. The plushie goat, though. Yeah, Vermin has a lot of plushies. What's with the goat? Vermin has a lot of plushies and stuff. Excuse me. All right, politics? 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 Okay. I see the same discourse happen over and over and over again, and I wanted to make a comprehensive video really quick. Oh, we're going to try to be instructive for once, okay? We're going to make an effort, okay? We're going to do some community instruction. So have you ever heard of a guy called Mr. Beast? It would be pretty unlikely if you hadn't. He's a big YouTuber. He recently came out with a video 1,000 blind people see for the first time. Basically, there's a very simple surgery that you can get to cure a condition which, if deteriorates, leads to blindness. There are lots of people in poorer countries, especially, but also some here in the West, who can't afford the procedure. So, they just stay blind their entire life, even though you can spend like 15 minutes and $100 getting the cure. Insane stuff. Super capitalism, exactly. A lot of his videos are basically just like, I have a lot of money, let's do a cool premise with it. And he also does a lot of philanthropy stuff. I gave my subscriber an island, $10,000 every day you survive prison. It usually ends with like, I have a lot of money and I gave it to somebody, you know. He did a real-life Squid Game being known for a good philanthropic organization in the show that it took place in, tournament, blah, blah, blah. So basically what we're looking at here is a kind of performative monetized philanthropy. Yes, his viewers are majority children. I have never watched a single Mr. Beast video. I don't know what his voice sounds like. I don't know how his face looks as it moves. I don't know how I would, because he does the same face in every thumbnail. I don't know. I've not even seen this video. But I know what he's doing, broadly, because of, cultural osmosis. And I wanted to talk super quick about two very important things. Philanthropy and the Antichrist. So I want to talk about both those things. Because every time Mr. Beast has a big video come out, people talk about how there's something kind of sinister underlying his behavior. Have you seen this? Tell me if you have or haven't. I'm not bothering to get a range of examples. I've noticed some people seem somewhat uncomfortable with him, and a lot of them are lefties, which is interesting because I bet you that, like me, a lot of them haven't actually seen his content. So what are they getting upset about? The idea that a guy has money. I mean, we know people have money. The idea that he's using that money to do good things seems kind of weird they'd be upset about that. I wanted to talk really quick about philanthropy and why lefties get uncomfortable by people like Mr. Beast, okay? Maybe there are people watching who don't necessarily know. Maybe you do know, but you like listening to my voice. Just follow through with me here for a second, okay? So, the economic system that we live under right now, stop me if you've heard this one before, it's called capitalism. There are some conditions unique to it that just were not present in earlier economic models that were, common across the world. So, here's an example of a really big difference, okay? The ways in which people who have wealth socially legitimize that wealth. So, for example, Back 1,000 years ago, if you were like a king or a queen or a emperor, or even just a very, very wealthy merchant, um, there was usually a kind of imagined, often divine self-justification to power that people held. The idea that kings and queens were divinely chosen was kind of broadly, accepted, and oftentimes very wealthy people were considered to have been blessed or gifted by God. There was just a general divine right attitude to a lot of power, like, oh, well, why do some people get to have everything and some people nothing? Okay, well, divine power, blah, 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 It's like a very quick and easy justification. But as societies have become more and more concerned with the idea of social equity, like maybe things should be fair, maybe a little bit kind of. The idea of extreme amounts of wealth being concentrated in the hands of some people while other people starve has been seen as more and more of like something that has to be like addressed from an optics perspective, There have always been very wealthy and very poor people, but usually, if you had like a king or a queen who made a big show of their opulence and their generosity, it wasn't really like an optics thing. Like they would be considered a sort of bad or miserly person if they didn't. It was more a way of demonstrating their priorities as a ruler. Does that make any sense? Nowadays, however, the idea that ultra wealthy people have to in some way contribute to the social good, that's actually a like well accepted normative idea. In fact, it's so well accepted that Ayn Rand's writings and the philosophy, big quotes here, of objectivism was created in large part to rebuke that expectation. Objectivism suggests that there is a kind of natural goodness to greed, that the free hand of the market and natural human incentives guide people towards optimized decision-making when greed is the thing leading their way. And for that reason, trying to force people to be like nice or generous actually interrupts that optimized decision-making process. Ayn Rand's philosophy was that it was actually kind of sickening to expect wealthy people to donate a bunch of money or to be performatively charitable because their selfishness was actually the fuel driving the economy. Like you're essentially besmirching the stuff that our entire society is built on. Now, Ayn Rand was a stupid asshole and a dumbass and stupid, and also survived on welfare and was also stupid, so we don't care what she has to say. What is going on over there? Artemy. It's settled. Artemy is battling a cardboard box. I think the box is winning. Ayn Rand is stupid, like my cat, Artemy, but far less cute than my cat, Artemy. Editors, insert picture here. They don't have to actually do that. I don't normally ask them to do that. The point that I'm trying to get at now is that there is a kind of normative expectation that wealthy people in some way indicate that they are aware of the blessings that circumstance has bestowed on them and to do something with it, Some of the most philanthropic, wealthy people of our time are people like Bill Gates and George Soros. Now, I'm not going to get into, at least not right now, why people don't trust Bill Gates and George Soros' philanthropy. There are some legitimate reasons, and there are some very illegitimate reasons. Anti-vax sentiment and anti-Semitism, respectively, being the illegitimate ones. But they have done a lot, certainly with their wealth, far more than Mr. Beast ever could, though I don't believe they made as large a YouTube channel off of it, so who's really winning? And, hey, Elon Musk. Elon Musk is not actually a philanthropic billionaire. He's relatively selfish, I'd say, for people who make a public name of themselves. But Elon Musk does benefit from the optics of philanthropy, like donating Starlink to Ukraine after the invasion, which he then rescinded and then had them pay for upkeep on, and then told them they couldn't use it in the Donbass or Crimea. He often tries to come across as that kind of like Tony Stark billionaire, where all of his, genius and his investive ingenuity are actually to everyone's benefit, and like the Hyperloop. He does kind of come across like somebody who's gifting the world his genius, doesn't he? Like he isn't. He's just a businessman, and everything that he does, he gets paid for. But he does try to give that image, doesn't he? Like that's something he's trying to bank on. It's an optics thing. Like that time that he was so desperate to help save those trapped kids in the cave. Remember the diving cave that he came up with an impractical solution that was rejected by a diving expert. Then he called that diving expert a pedophile because he was so upset that he didn't get to play hero. You remember? Yeah. Stuff like that. Philanthropy, the idea of using your tremendous wealth for good. I don't think it's a bad thing. The problem that a lot of lefties have with philanthropy as a rule, even if the outcome of that philanthropy is good, is that it is often considered to be a kind of last defense mechanism for the inequities of capitalism. This falls in line with the conservative attitudes towards charity. Have you ever seen that conservatives, despite believing that humans are naturally greedy, they seem very confident that charity will solve a bunch of social problems that they have no interest in using policy to solve, even though charity has not yet solved those problems, despite charity having been a thing for all of human history? You hear this about like poverty and homelessness and such. It's like, okay, well, we don't need policy solutions to these people suffering. Charitability will help. But obviously it doesn't fix the problem because we've always had charity as a concept and these problems still exist. So what's the issue there, right? Well, the issue is that when that line comes up, an appeal to charity is being made as a way of painting over existing issues. You have a long-standing inequity that conservatives do not care about, but rather than address it, they give you a potential fake solution. Charity does good, but charity doesn't solve issues because charity doesn't address the underlying mechanisms that create a problem. You know, even if you had enough money running through charity that you could give free breakfast, lunch, and dinners and beds to every homeless person in the city, charity can't actually fix homelessness. Because the system that fixes homelessness, that is to say housing first initiatives, where you give homeless people like a small house where they can shower and keep their stuff safely and mark a residence to so they can get a job, that can't really be done through charity. Charity can't really maintain that level of care over people. The state can. The state is capable of this. But that would require taxpayer dollars, which requires, public investment. Rather than just sort of like waving your hand and deferring to charity. So charity and philanthropy, which is basically just large-scale performative charity, are both good in their immediate outcome, but dangerous in the stuff they potentially normalize. For example, I say that people have legitimate reasons to distrust the philanthropy of Bill Gates and George Soros. Well, George Soros has, for all his reputation as a progressive, lefty, secret communist billionaire who actually helped the Nazis because Nazis were communists and communists were Nazis, in reality, his incredible wealth has gone towards, among many other things, initiatives which work to spread the influence of Western corporations and capital investment in countries that didn't have them previously. He was one of the people responsible for cultivating the shock doctrine in the post-Soviet states, which led to their very, very rapid neoliberalization and thus corruption and desperate poverty for millions and millions of people. Yeah, he did eventually realize that his policies were causing harm and put a stop to it, but I mean, I think that sucks. Bill Gates has seen widespread criticism for the way in which his philanthropy has helped in Africa in particular, the way in which, the systems with which he has promoted medicine and health with his Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, some people have accused, fostered a dependence on private philanthropy rather than a call for public investment. See, when a billionaire looks at a social problem and says, oh, no, don't worry, I'll handle this, dependency is fostered on that billionaire, something which historically is not a very good thing. Historically, problems have arisen from this. And it can often direct attention away from possible public investment. It means that, you don't need these investments, these reforms, this initiative, because a single very wealthy person is funding a philanthropic organization which will do the work for you. And what this leads ultimately is the opposite of what we want, which is more private control of social systems that are meant to improve people's lives. That's actually the wrong direction to go in. You understand? Like, the problem we're getting at here, the inequities we're talking about, are fundamentally a product of private control of the means of production. If you're a funny thing called a socialist, you are aware of the fact that a great deal of the economic inequality in our world is a product of the distinct relationship between workers and owners. People who own, and thus control, resources and the means to access, refine, and sell those resources, and workers, the people who live off of the labor that they sell to owners as a way of refining, selling, and so on the products that they have ownership over. And if your solution to problems caused by that system is to hand additional control over to private organizations, philanthropic or otherwise, to solve the issue, you're actually contributing to the problem in the long run. You're doing the exact same thing, you understand? This is the issue that people have with Mr. Beast. Is Mr. Beast, like, directing wealth and resources away from public health by doing this video? No. Objectively, no. That is not the case. Mr. Beast probably is doing no harm here. Is he secretly a weird guy on his own? Yes, he's a YouTuber. That's objectively the... Yes, that's correct. But he's not like undoing any drive for public investment in broad, like, optical healthcare. Okay, that's it. That's not really happening here. But I think the caution that people feel, like the hesitance, I think that's a very legitimate thing. You understand? I think Hassan said in a clip that when he watches this video, he feels rage, not because of Mr. Beast, but because of the idea that as a product of our system, you know, you have people being blind for life because they can't get a very basic, very quick, very cheap procedure, which doesn't even make sense from an economic perspective, because a worker who is blind is economically crippled. They can't really produce or contribute to society in the same way a sighted person can. It would make economic sense, even from the perspective of the harshest utilitarian capitalist, to ensure that every worker could see, at least if allowing them to see required so cheap and simple a procedure. But that isn't what happens, because our system isn't rational. No system, economic or otherwise, has ever operated in a perfectly rational sense, where it attempts to maximize every individual variable within its own equations. But capitalism, I think, is unique in the extent to which it, if you like this guy called Karl Marx, it sows the seeds of its own destruction. It produces the own contradictions that will lead to its... Thank you for the link, guys. I was getting to it. That will lead to its downfall. Inshallah. Mr. Beast brought this up himself. I don't understand why curable blindness is a thing. Why don't governments step in and help? Even if you're thinking purely from a financial standpoint, it's hard to see how they don't ROI on taxes from people being able to work again. A perfectly sensible point. I agree. Also hard to see. Nice pun. Yes. Hopefully you all understand where I'm coming from with this. Philanthropy is not inherently bad. It's just dangerous, and it potentially normalizes a lot of really destructive social tendencies. For literal centuries, a lot of really bad policies have been made on the backs of the wealthy have our interests in mind and we should trust them. From public investment to which corporations to trust, to the reputations of individual wealthy people, millionaires and billionaires who have banked incredible harm on their ability to control not only the means of production, but also people's goodwill. They might exploit their workers and extract $100 million a year in excess labor from their employees, but they donate 2% of that. So actually, they're a humanitarian genius. There's a kind of new version of this, a kind of like updated, post-cryptocurrency attitude towards philanthropy. I think it was called, we saw it in one of those Kurzgesagt videos, the billionaire crypto guy who got arrested recently subscribed to this ideology. What was it called? The effective altruism, yeah, which I've been told has a number of definitions, but there is a definition of effective altruism, which is essentially ultra wealthy people making as much money as they can is actually a good thing because wealthy people have the greatest business acumen, and they're the ones who are best in a position to decide how to charitably use that money. So actually, if you're like a super duper humanitarian guy, the best thing you can do is become a billionaire by exploiting the labor of hundreds of thousands of people, because now that you have that money, you are uniquely talented at distributing it in a way that that benefits people. Obviously, this is just the most unabashed, like naked theory for justifying the unequal accumulation of capital since Randian objectivism. It's Randian objectivism with a smiley face drawn on it. It's essentially the greed and unmeted drive of the ultra wealthy is actually to our social benefit, because they are the ones who, in Randian objectivism, turn the wheels of our economy, and under effective altruism, who have the right mind to do well with that money. They're the investor. They're the one smart enough to make that money. Why do you think the government should be the one to spend it on helping the poor? Well, the answer for that is because by every metric we have, the government's better at doing it by far. Uh, you know, Private charitable organizations just historically do not do a good job of fixing systemic issues, and often perpetuate it by driving attention and resources away from public investment. So, yeah. Also, a lot of people say Mr. Beast is the Antichrist because Mr. Beast comes across as very performatively good, and people like to call people who are that the Antichrist sometimes. Like, hey, he's acting really good, but what if actually he's bad? It's a very high level literary analysis that only very smart and high IQ people would make. So, if you don't understand it, that's okay. Nice. Feel like we covered the topic there. I mean, Mr. Beast has a philanthropy channel. Well, his main channel is a philanthropy channel, kind of. Man, he really does make the same face in every video. Hey, Merrick. So, J.K. Rowling, huh? What'd she do? Oh, you want to talk about that, huh? You want to talk about that? Well, before we talk about that, I have a very important announcement to make. Sub to my channel, guys. Please? Please? You like that? I can do that on command. It's my YouTuber talent right there. You see that? It's my sincere, you see, ooh woo. What about that, huh? Sub to my channel. Make a second account. Sub twice. I don't care. All right, let's get to this. Just a moment. We get the one more link that I need. All right. Now, if you've been paying attention to the headlines, you might be aware of the fact that very recently, just a few days ago, the UK government essentially banned trans women from female prisons. Which is, super great and definitely in line with the facts of the matter and also with material reality. And don't worry, we'll get to that. We've covered a good deal of the sort of legal lead up to this point. But I think one of the most important things to remind yourselves of when we're talking about this is that the latest data from the Ministry of Justice states there are 230 transgender prisoners in all of England and Wales. That's not 230 transgender women in women's prisons, by the way. That is 230 transgender prisoners. From Pink News, right here, 181 trans prisoners were in male estates, and 49 were in female estates. 49 trans women in female estates? Well, no. 6 of those were trans women. The rest are trans men. There are 6 trans women in women's prisons in all of England and Wales. This reminds me of when state Republicans were trying to pass laws banning trans athletes from participating in sport teams of their preferred gender. In states with like 3 trans athletes, period. Like one of whom who was a woman. It is completely detached from material reality. Nothing here has anything to do with actual like circumstantial, like literally nothing. Females in female prison are raped and sexually abused by each other at times, oftentimes by prison wardens, staff, guards. The idea that there is some kind of epidemic of transgender women preying on cisgender women in women's prisons is completely immaterial. It hasn't been demonstrated. And you might notice, by the way, that conservative media has made no effort to demonstrate this point because they've essentially conceded the very concept of empirical reality. They are no longer interested in proving that the stuff they care about matters in any sense other than the abstract. They will scream and hem and holler. They will hysterically bellow from the rooftops about the great threat they face from, check stats, 6 trans women in England and Wales in women's prisons. Anyway, speaking of hysterical hollering, J.K. Rowling. Men defining what a woman is, what women should and shouldn't fear, what women should and shouldn't say, what rights women should be fine with giving up, and of course, what constitutes real misogyny. Get a bloody mirror. That's real misogyny looking right back at you. Now, of course, even in the United Kingdom, women are more pro-trans than men are. So if we're actually just going by what women consider to be real misogyny, women have decided that trans women are valid. More men go the other way than women. So even if we're going by a purely cynical, liberal, idpol, demographically oriented argument, as for, like who gets to define what misogyny is, this is not a winning case on her part. But remember, this entire argument is being made, even in Britain, yes. This entire argument is being made off the basis of, like, I hope to God they never look at the data. British poll on trans people? Thank you. I was about to Google it. But it's so much faster when you already have it up for me. Hold on. Where's the gender split here? Oh, does this particular poll not take in the breakdown between men and women? It might. It's just what an incredibly... I don't think this splits by gender. Well, either way. A lot of numbers there for sure. Remember, this is a position you can only have if you are, like epistemically opposed to basing your positions on anything real in the real world. It does split by gender near the bottom. Well, you tell me that after I already closed it. So there's this attitude from J.K. And by the way, so to be clear with my position on this, J.K. Rowling is a genocidal leader of a hate movement. The attitude that J.K. Rowling has and other TERFs have on trans people is literally they need to not exist. That's not an exaggeration. The actual explicit stated goal of quite a lot of them when they've talked on internet shows, podcasts, panels, even sometimes in real life, is just they need to not exist, which I don't know how, like, that seems fairly straightforwardly genocidal to me. But even when they're talking sort of casually about trans people, they cannot help but vomit out evidence for the idea that they're just hateful and it has nothing to do with protecting women. I don't know about you, but excluding women from women's prisons just because they've got penises, male pattern baldness, and have committed a couple of rapes seems awfully turfy to me. Male pattern baldness, much like regular transphobes, and I argue, by the way, that the term TERF is essentially meaningless because J.K. Rowling isn't a feminist. She pals around almost entirely with far-right people, with fascists, with neo-Nazis. I think she was replying positively to CatTurd02 on Twitter the other day. She said positive stuff about Matt Walsh before. Like, the idea that she has a feminist inclination, not even remotely. More like a weaponization of feminism for an already conservative agenda. But anyway, the male pattern baldness thing, much like regular transphobes, the actual argument here is to evoke in your mind a kind of negative caricature of trans women, which serves to make you feel disgust. I've always argued this, but I really do think we're kind of reaching the singularity here, where all anti-trans arguments are essentially the same as those wojacks that unhinged pollsters post on Twitter with, like, the soy wojack with, like, the blue hair who's killing themselves or something, or they have, like, the tits but like a dick bulge or what. Like, it all comes back to a grossly drawn soy jack at the end of the day. That is their argument. It's not at all dissimilar to the way that if you take a look at a lot of anti-Semitic forums online, their primary form of communication seems to be them posting back and forth the happy merchant drawing. You remember the drawing, right? The one where they're doing the this hand pose and the exaggerated hook nose and such and such. Why do Nazis love that drawing so much, I wonder? Well, I think it's because it's a fairly straightforward depiction of the actual stupidity and cruelty of their beliefs. Like, their actual beliefs aren't, a well-reasoned deconstruction of the influence Jewish people have in society because A, they're too stupid to understand anything like that, and B, they never bothered to begin with. Nobody who ever went after black people did so because they had some well-researched and exhaustive breakdown of data to indicate that black people are bad or whatever. They did it because they were stupid and angry and hated black people. You go talk to your average racist from 1840, and they're not going to give you a well-reasoned dissertation on the origin of man and how, in line with Darwinian principles. 1840, is that too early for Darwin? I don't know. The subspecies of man must be kept there. They're not going to say that. They're going to spit at you and say the N-word. And likewise, if you take trans people today, or sorry, not trans people today, transphobes today, and you ask them, hey, why do you have an issue with trans people? They're not going to give you any data on the 6 trans women in women's prisons in all of England and Wales. They're not going to make a well-reasoned argument. They're going to essentially just post that wojak over and over and over again. Anyway, female ex-prisoner in Scotland describes the daily reality of being forced to share shower areas and cells with trans women convicted of domestic abuse and murder. This is the very definition of cruel and degrading punishment, because she definitely never had to share any shower areas and cells with cis women convicted of domestic abuse and murder. See, again, notice how the argument being made here. So, first of all, again, so this is Scotland, not England and Wales, so it's not 6. It's probably, 12 women or whatever. So yeah, was she, like, attacked? I haven't read this. Maybe I'll get epically owned in one fell swoop. A former prisoner has told how she went through hell after being forced to share a shower block with violent trans inmates. She was so terrified of being raped and ending up pregnant, she felt compelled to have a contraceptive coil fitted while behind bars. The mum of 4, locked up with 2 trans prisoners, one convicted of murder, the other for domestic violence, accused Nicola Sturgeon of serving up women to predators on a rainbow platter to Scotland's jails. Oh, so nothing happened. So in other words, nothing happened. Wow, what a fitting, what a wonderful case study to indicate the mental state of UK transphobes here. 72,000 likes on this, opening with, "I was spooked." Now, don't get me wrong, prison's a scary place, but you're going to have to demonstrate to me that what's happening here is a product of trans people specifically. You would need data to suggest that trans people are more predisposed to violence in women's prisons than cis women are. No such data exists, of course, obviously. Because if it did, I would know about it. It doesn't. We do, however, have data on trans women in men's prisons. That is to say, they're raped near constantly. Which means that the decision to keep trans women in men's prisons rather than women's prisons is an objectively pro-rape decision. My whole time in prison was on constant high alert. My nerves were frazzled with fear. These incredibly violent men were walking around the communal shower naked and sometimes clearly aroused. Myself and other women were in cubicles with only a curtain to protect us. So they just were walking around the shower area. I was shaking with fear. In the end, I went to a prison clinic and had a coil fitted because I believed I could be raped at any time. I didn't want one. I felt forced to do it. So you did it of your own will, but you didn't want one? There was around 40 prisoners and 2 of them were trans. Neither appeared to be women. They dressed as men. They didn't wear... They dressed as men? You're in prison. What clothing are you... You're in prison. What clothing are you given? What? What, did they give them the men's prison's uniform? UK doesn't have the same prison outfits? So what? They were like, oh, for you 2 trans women have these male jumpsuits? What? They didn't wear makeup. Are you allowed makeup in I thought prison makeup was like this like smuggle in stuff to look pretty thing. Maybe this is more of an American prison thing, but like how many cis women in there were wearing makeup? No, so notice the language here. Like, okay, so we're all 38 of the cis women here in makeup, and there were just 2. Like the way the description here is made to sound like it's like you have 38 like dainty women, and then you have like 2 like guys called like Jack and fucking Horner, okay, walking around with their giant lat spread, you know, like, and all 38 of them are wearing high heels and like little 50s dresses and makeup and stuff, and the other 2 are wearing like what, biker leather? Honestly, I had no idea with prison makeup. It's a whole thing. This is the UK uniform? What? It's just sweats? Really? Oh. Damn. This is such a gendered outfit. Got like all, listen, okay? When all the women in the prison were wearing this, all right, they looked very dainty and feminine, and they were all wearing makeup and high heels. But then there were the 2 trans women who were both 8 feet tall, and actually they were both wearing, I don't know, but they were both wearing like, I was about to think like, what's the most masculine, stupid article of clothing I can think of? And the first thing I thought in my mind was boxing gloves. So yes, there were 2 trans women walking around the showers with erections and boxing gloves. Yes. All the women who were forced to be in that prison with these people were vulnerable in different ways. Many of them have been the victims of male violence, irrespective of their own offending. Damn, but a lot of them have also been the victims of female violence. So, what's your point? Wow, that's seriously it. Literally, her account, her actual literal account here is, I was scared, but nothing happened. That was actually genuinely, authentically the entirety of this article. The rest of it just goes on to talk about law stuff. Okay, great. No trans women in female jail have a history of violence against women in Scotland. This is in Scotland, yeah. Because there's like fucking 5 trans women and female... There's not that many. There's not that many trans women who get arrested for shit. That just sounds like white lady scared a black dude because black. Oh, if you want to draw historical comparisons, what is being talked about here is identical to what was written and said after integration, after desegregation. Literally, unequivocally the exact same thing with no differences. White women didn't want black people, or sorry, didn't want black women in women's spaces because they thought that black women were more violent, more muscular, more prone to you know, like initiating confrontations, whatever. And the same arguments were made about black people in white spaces generally. And they would do the exact same thing that J.K. Rowling here is doing, where rather than make arguments or defer to data, they would make these like off-hat, intuition-based arguments that do nothing but reinforce the Wojak building in the mind of the bigot. Joanne also publicly endorsing an anti-choice rapist as well. She's very concerned with women's rights. Casey Triller, I said I love J.K. Rowling. Just followed you. Welcome to my club. Women won't be liberated until we're free from abortion, from Kaylee Triller. Hands Across the Aisle Coalition, from Kaylee Triller. Haver committed statutory rape of a teenage boy and became pregnant while working as a youth counselor for a Christian organization. Before founding HATAC, Haver was the communication director for Just Want Privacy, a campaign to repeal a law in Washington state that allows transgender people to use the bathrooms corresponding to their identity. Just Want Privacy was... Yeah, nice. Groomer, rapist, anti-choice, conservative. Damn, only the best people in this camp. J.K. Rowling will accept literally anyone of any political disposition as long as they hate trans people. It is the broadest tent possible as long as you want to genocide trans people. And she is pro-rape, 100%. Absolutely she is. If no evidence can be found whatsoever that putting trans women in women's prisons increases the amount of sexual assault, but putting them in men's prisons massively increases it, then the decision to put them in men's prisons is a pro-rape one. I saw this, and this was particularly funny. Same shit, different century. Just, since this one was brought up in, what, Parliament or whatever, the idea of, like, some kind of historical synchronicity being drawn between the anti-suffragettes and this fucking image. It's fine because she raped a white non-woman. Yeah, oh, J.K. Rowling doesn't care. Listen, J.K. Rowling literally wrote, back when all this was starting, a little, like, blog essay or whatever, where she was extremely clear, where she said, like, my dislike of trans people is that I repressed my gender incongruence when I was young. I was sexually abused by a man, and I never got over it. I am traumatized, and, like, that's it. She just said it. It's not like armchair analysis. She just fucking said it. It's right there. She just admitted all of it. The entirety of the anti-trans movement is being headed by someone who is just, like, straightly feels over reels. And meanwhile, mind you, I remember no conservative has ever cared about the state of prisoners or of prison rape, ever, up until right now, over the state of 6 trans women in women's prisons in the UK. Male-on-male rape jokes in prison have been a non-stop subject of mirth and amusement for them. They do not give a shit about male guards raping female prisoners in female prison. I remember back when Orange is the New Black came out. Remember the mid-Netflix show that started good and got worse with time? Where you had the porn stash rapist guard guy or whatever that set off a bunch of discourse on, like, the treatment of female prisoners and stuff. I remember conservatives would lose their mind over the idea that female prisoners had any right to complain. Was it the Democratic candidate for governor in Florida who said that they needed to make it a priority to give air conditioning in their prisons so that prisoners wouldn't, die of heat stroke? And she got ratioed on Twitter for it because conservatives were like, yeah, don't want to die of heat stroke in a concrete cell in the middle of a swamp? Well, then don't steal a candy bar, dumb fuck. She got a ton of hate for that because conservatives do not care about, they don't care if they're tortured. Oh, conservatives, all pro-torture, by the way, pro-Gitmo, don't care about rape, don't care about murder. They're evil people. Conservatives are inhumane, disgusting monsters. But now suddenly, 6 trans women in women's prisons, no evidence tied to any of them doing anything wrong in their time here, apparently. And we're just flat out busting out the legislation over this. We're busting out this legislation so dedicatedly that the English court, Westminster, was it, denied Scotland the ability to have their own law guaranteeing easy gender identification changes for transgender people because it would have gotten in the way of England enforcing their rules on their 6 transgender women in women's prisons. The goal here, obviously, is the eradication of trans people. J.K. Rowling wants them dead or gone. In practice, the only way to make an entire group of people gone is either to kill them or to legislate them out of existence so that any expression of their identity makes their life so intolerable that they might as well just stay in the closet. These are both genocidal attitudes. There's nothing really else to it. First time they've ever done that, by the way, using Section 35. Yes. Keeping Scottish trans people from easily self-identifying was so important to England that Westminster blocked Scottish law. The first time in decades. It's funnier the same meme was used by a TERF MP to prove TERF prosecution in the House of Parliament. Yeah, I talked about this. Is she a TERF, by the way, or is she just a regular conservative? Oh, this was in a Scottish politician minister. Hey, Beetle Moses. Scottish National Party. Oh, apparently she resigned. And then she was elected as the chair. Oh, she resigned from the SNP National Executive Committee and then was elected as the chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights. Lovely. Cherry argued young trans people must be treated like any other children with psychological problems and called for Scotland's only gender identity clinic to be closed. On October 2022, the Daily Telegraph reported that with fellow gender-critical parliamentarians Rosie Duffield from the British Labour Party and Anne Jenkin from the Conservative Party in the House of Lords, she was set up a cross-party biological policy unit to help ensure policies across the public sector that are based on gender identity theory must be documented and scrutinized. Little on the nose there. That's true. That's also true, guys. 6 trans women in women's prisons. 6. Bit grim, huh? Bit grim, innit? If you're watching right now and you haven't subscribed, you are contributing to the impending genocide of trans people. Well done. It's well known that a Vashite coalition is the only thing capable of stopping British parliamentarian turfism. So you have to hit that button. Okay? You're like every person who hits the sub button and rings the bell is like the Tiananmen Square tank guy. What the actual fuck is up with that Rowling post where she says she might have transitioned in the 80s if she had the means? How is that not a bigger deal? Because, and I've said this before, every person who disagrees with you sincerely is mentally ill. Because you, if you're watching me, probably agree with me on a lot of issues. So, but more specifically with me. Conservatives are a hodgepodge of ideological and emotional contradictions and self-hatred. And they will make it your problem. Every conservative black person who grows up hating black people because they like have survivorship bias from growing up in the ghetto, then like getting a lot of money, they will make it your problem. Every conservative gay person who grows up thinking that the LGBTQIA alphabet people are annoying and actually like rebukes every single group that ever made any progress towards their own livelihood, they will make it your problem. Every bit of self-hate from every minority that ever became a member of any conservative uh, advocacy group, your problem now. Uh, people will literally become conservatives instead of getting therapy. A lot of them are just grifters, but Hey, Vosh, looks like that cis woman prisoner from the article was in there for assault. So where does she get off complaining about being locked up with violent... I just can't believe they made an entire article, which was this bitch being like, oh, I feared for my life. She didn't list any threats. She didn't list anything. Those two trans women in that prison never laid a fucking hand on her and never said shit to her. Because if they had, she would have had it written down in the article. Literally. They didn't do anything. They didn't even look at her funny. Because if they did, she would have had it written down in the article. Anything on their from their behavior that could have been considered even remotely problematic would have been written down, and yet nothing was. Only that she was scared because they were not dressing like women in their unisex prison fatigues, or sorry, in their unisex prison sweats, and they didn't wear makeup. You're an expert about NATO. I know this for sure. Can you explain why Erdogan really hates Sweden? Because the Swedish government and some of their NGOs have had a positive, like, affirming relationship with the Kurdish people, I think. Yeah. Must protect scared white women. Oh, and don't get me wrong, guys. There's a reason why every single cis woman who fears for her life whenever she has to breathe the same air a trans woman exhaled is white. And the reason for that is because they're playing on the exact same set of fears and paranoia that they did with the Muslim groomer rape panic crisis. It's all the same white nationalist bullshit. It all comes right back to it. Look at this poor, fearful white woman to whom nothing is happening. Now, wouldn't you hate it if a Muslim, scratch out, immigrant, scratch out, black freed slave, scratch out, transgender woman, scratch out, did something to hurt them? Same thing every single fucking time. That's not really true, Vosh. In my community, there are plenty of POC. I'm not talking about whether or not the transphobes themselves are POC. I'm talking about whether or not the rhetoric and attitudes and policy being implemented here are being done in the same way with the same rhetoric as with the fear of the white woman being hurt or whatever. Same goddamn shit. Is it true crime is bad? No, sometimes crime is based, but not all crimes. Be careful. What do you think about Hassan's take on the Quran burning? What about it? What are his takes on the Quran burning? Hassan burned a Quran? Yeah, on Twitch, I guess. he says it's bad. Uh, I don't give listen, okay, I'm pretty anti-religious. I don't give a fuck about religion. Christians are currently like the literal fucking grand viziers of evil on a global stage at the moment, and they also pose the greatest threat to my life. If we could, you know, roll the dice again and Muslims were the ones with the great, like, hegemon over the world economically and culturally, they'd probably do the same shit. The main issue is that when people burn Bibles, they're usually doing it to protest bad things that the Christian church is doing or like Christianity is doing. Whereas when people burn Qurans, they're usually doing it because they're bigoted against Arab people or Muslims broadly. I don't give a fuck. Like, the issue here is ultimately, like, what are you actually doing? I've never seen a person burn the Bible as a way of, like, broadly indicating hatred of all white Westerners. Maybe they do that, like, in Iran or whatever. That would make sense. There are probably, like, Iranian, like, something like, yeah, something like that. But, like, over here in the States, it's usually just artsy-fartsy white people who are indicating displeasure with the Christian church. But when people over here in the West burn the Quran, it's usually because they just fucking hate Muslim people. The far-right guy in Sweden who did it was funded by Russia, too. Wow. Dissent in Western countries being sown by somebody with Kremlin ties. That's crazy. You can trace back a lot of the rabble-rousing in the past 20 years directly to the Kremlin. They've been incredibly effective in this. It is the stated goal of the Kremlin to, like, sow discord in the West. It's not a conspiracy thing. They said they're going to do it, and we keep catching them doing it. That's not a conspiracy thing. They're just doing it. Can you burn a Quran as a protest against the Taliban? I mean, you're like, what are you doing? Are you in America? How are you protesting the Taliban by burning a Quran in, like, Wisconsin? Where do you live? Also, the Taliban is not exactly considered to be like a institutionally recognized legitimate wing of Muslim thought. You know, not by a lot of Muslims at least. But honestly, it doesn't matter because religion's fake anyway, so fucking whatever. Yeah, exactly, Substance Soda. All right, let me finish reading these goddamn links and then we can get on with shit. Speaking of Iran, what is this?
She's now 21 years old. Armita was arrested on October 10th as per participating in anti-government protests. Nobody had any idea where she was or what had become of her or if she was still alive. Until finally, on October 18th, she was taken to the hospital, escorted very closely by plainclothes police officers. She was so physically ill she was shivering and her head was shaved. Upon examination...
I don't know anything about this. This creator's something else. Yeah, I don't like listen to stuff like this with no context. Chelsea Hart, who is this? Some people aren't so happy with your Corbyn takes. Very depressing to see Vosh uncritically swallowing a Daily Mail article about Corbyn. I mean, I just watched a video. where Corbyn was, like, doing apologia for the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It fully tracks with his, like, broader patterns that he would, like, not blame Assad or whatever for the chemical weapons attacks. Yeah. It wasn't the only article on it either. I mean, yeah, are you suggesting it's fake? Very depressing to see Vosh uncritically swallowing a Daily Mail Corbyn. Literally all Corbyn said at the time was there need to be an independent UN investigation. I don't know why Vosh is determined to believe Corbyn is some kind of RT agent. Vosh is completely misrepresenting it, then saying he's glad he was ousted from labor. Honestly, Americans in general need to shut the fuck up about Corbyn because they always say some dumb shit. Y'all seriously do not understand the scale of the misinformation around literally everything he's said and done. Wait, but I watched the video of him saying it. I didn't... okay. Vosh here. From Politics Home? Yeah, where's the video on that? Hold on. I don't like Corbyn, man. I know that he's like a legit socialist or whatever, but I do not find it acceptable. The idea of like the leader of socialism in the Western world then being a Russia simp is not acceptable to me, okay? The only hope socialism has for the future is completely detaching itself from the legacy of the Cold War. Like seriously, like that's a priority for me. So the idea of like after decades and decades and decades of like neoliberal rule or fascist rule, we now finally have a Westerner who's a socialist take the lead, and then he steps up and he wins the PM, and he stands there and he's like, actually, we will not be sending any weapons to Ukraine because we call for peace, and the Russian special operation into the Donbass to prevent the ethnic cleansing of Russian-speaking individuals must be stopped. Or like fucking like, oh my god. Stop. Is this it?
In Duma was an horrific attack on civilians using chemical weapons, part of a civil war that has killed hundreds of thousands of people. Mr. Speaker, this statement serves as a reminder that the Prime Minister is accountable to this Parliament, not to the whims of the US President.
Dog, that right there is fucking Russian propaganda. He just said something objectively correct. That he literally just said, here is a statement of yours, the Syrian civil wars killed hundreds of thousands, and there was a chemical weapons attack. And then he's like, oh, wow, you American puppet. He's literally doing the, like, internet lefty tanky bullshit.
Her predecessor came to this House to seek authority for military action in Libya and in Syria in 2015, and the House had a vote over Iraq in 2003. There is no more serious issue than the life and death matters of military action. It is right that Parliament has the power to support or stop the government from taking planned military action. I believe, Mr. Speaker, the action was legally questionable.
So if he has a problem with strikes being called in Syria, that's fine. But the idea of just like getting up there and saying that it's American propaganda, or that you're acting in the behest of American military intelligence for saying that there was a civil war Assad caused, killing hundreds of thousands, and then he did chemical weapons attack. That's insane. That's Russian fucking propaganda. Yeah, here on RT. Corbyn siding with Russia and Assad in chemical warfare in 2013.
To Syria, and another of our top stories tonight. We've got Jeremy Corbyn on the line, I believe now. Let's talk to him. Yeah, Russia says the evidence it's uncovered, just to remind you of this story, implicating Syrian rebel forces and the use of chemical weapons is solid. Russia says it can be made public. Let's talk then to British Labour Party MP Jeremy Corbyn on the line. Hi there, Mr. Corbyn. Thanks for being with us. Do you think this evidence that the Syrian rebels used sarin gas could in any way impact the British stance now in Syria? Is it going to be affected at all by what we're hearing is solid evidence?
Well, it seems very strong evidence indeed, and I saw the interview with the Russian officials this morning describing the use of sarin gas, and let's get it on the table first of all, that any use of chemical or biological weapons by anybody, be it the opposition or the regime in Syria, is simply wrong. It's illegal within the 1925 Geneva Convention and with any decent sense of humanity. Secondly, the effect in Britain is considerable because the British government, from a position a few weeks ago of saying they wanted to end the European Union arms embargo on Syria and resume arms deliveries to Syria in August, jointly with the French, has now been put on, so far as I can see, a degree of hold, and a vote tomorrow was due to be held in the British Parliament requiring the British government to bring their plans to Parliament first and vote on it. The Foreign Secretary, William Hague, announced today that there will be no delivery of arms without the specific and stated approval of the British Parliament. There is a lot of opposition to British arms supplies going to the Syrian opposition, both within the ruling Conservative Party, a considerable number of Liberal Democrats who are in coalition with the Conservatives, and the leadership and front bench of the Parliamentary Labour Party is also opposed. So it's very hard to see how there would be parliamentary approval anyway. People have memories of Libya, of Mali, of Iraq and Afghanistan, and there is a lot of concern about getting involved in another war.
So today, Moscow says it has evidence that the Syrian rebels use sarin gas. Now, earlier, Britain said...
Wait, what? Why the fuck is the interviewer, he heard all that and he's like getting right back to the sarin gas thing? Okay.
Of course, that Assad forces were behind chemical weapon attacks, but why didn't Britain and the US come forward with the same sort of hard evidence that Russia has come forward with now?
Oh, please, God. Corbyn, please. The last question was clearly meant to be a bait, and you tried to both sides that shit. What are you going to say here?
Why didn't it do that, winding the clock back?
Well, interesting question. I cannot speak for the British or US governments, but they made these allegations about the use of chemical weapons, and there are apparently stocks of chemical weapons being held in Syria, which may well have fallen into opposition hands, or may well be still in government hands, or maybe both. But the assertion...
He keeps both sidesing it, see? The RT guy is like, hey, why have you American devils not come to the same conclusion as we have, that the rebels have been sarin gassing, 5 million times a day? What do you have to say about this? And he's like, oh, well, it could be either side.
The question was made that they had been used, but no hard evidence came up. And indeed, there was a great deal of skepticism surrounding the evidence that was never really presented. And then the Russian evidence today appears much stronger, and they said very clearly they were going to put that evidence in the hands of the United Nations. That has got to be a good thing. However, proving or not proving this doesn't end the crisis. There has to be the rapid resumption of talks by Geneva II. All parties must be involved in Geneva II, including Iran. If we're to bring about a settlement, there's got to be involvement of Iran, as well as obviously all the different parties in Syria.
And what about today, these new unconfirmed reports that William Hague mentioned about, unconfirmed I must say, the chemical weapons being used in Homs?
Well, he said unconfirmed reports, and I think it is not wise to make speculation about unconfirmed reports. I hope it is not true that anybody has used chemical weapons.
He's going to both sides all of this, I guess. Sorry, we're almost done. We're almost done.
Donald Trump's words in his tweet, "Get ready, Russia." People are alarmed at that.
Yes, I think the whole world should be alarmed at that sort of instant reaction and sending stuff out on social media to make policy. What happened in Syria is disgraceful. Any use of chemical weapons by anybody against anybody else is...
Dude, every time, man. He literally will not call out the authoritarian dictator Assad, who killed tons of his own people and initiated one of the greatest refugee crises in modern history. Oh my fucking God, man.
Clearly illegal as well as immoral and wrong. The United Nations has a duty and a function to ensure there's a proper investigation undertaken, as the inspectors are now in Duma doing just that. And when we've got the results of that, then decide what action to take. But just say this.
Like, to be clear on how fucked this is, like, understand, Assad, and going back his father, have been insanely repressive dictators who have been, at least recently at the behest of the Russian government, killed a ton of his own people, killed protesters, set off a massive civil war, brutal repression, refugee crisis, horrible war crimes, stockpiling and use of chemical weapons. This is an NPR article from 2019, where it said of over 300 chemical weapons attacks taken place in Syria at that point, 98% of them were from the from Assad's government. Syrian President Bashar Assad's regime carried out 98%, and 2% could be attributed to ISIS, the Islamic State. And ISIS is not the opposition. ISIS is there as a third-party agitator. The opposition refers to the anti-Syrian government rebels. So at this, like, so for Corbyn to go like, well, on both sides, chemical weapons attacks, both sides. If the both sides could just stop both sides. Like, this is just the Syrian war equivalent to the same rhetoric with Ukraine, where people, like, who obviously simp for Russia will be like, well, if they could just stop the fighting on both sides, if Ukraine and Russia could come together and stop fighting on both sides. You know, like, every fucking time, man.
Hundreds of thousands have died and lost their lives in Syria. Millions have been forced into refuge. Many are living in terrible poverty and desperation. There has to be a political solution. Russia, America, the European Union, all the neighbouring countries, Iran, Saudi Arabia, have got to be involved in ensuring there is a real ceasefire and a political process.
Dude, it really, oh my God, it really is like the Ukraine-Russia thing. How the fuck are you going to enforce a ceasefire from Assad's government? What? How can you... Do you have any idea how many troops we would have to commit to Syria to enforce a ceasefire in an area that war-torn? Are you fucking kidding me? Jesus Christ. That'd be like saying, listen, I don't want any military intervention in I don't know, in Stalingrad, circa 1944, but I do want to enforce a ceasefire. Like, what are you talking about?
That does give hope to the people of Syria in the future. More bombing, more killing, more war will not save life, will just take more lives.
How the fuck does he think you're going to enforce a ceasefire without military imposition? How?
Spawn the war elsewhere.
The Prime Minister's consulting Cabinet today. She's not consulting Parliament. Is she right?
Frameworks.
Parliament must be consulted on this. Surely the lessons of Iraq, the lessons that came there from the Chilcot report have got to be...
Oh, that's another classic internet lefty talking about foreign policy thing. Bring up Iraq when Iraq has nothing to do with what's being talked about.
There has to be a proper process of consultation. We elect Parliament, we elect members of Parliament. They should have a voice in this. The Cabinet on its own should not be making this decision.
Parliament was consulted over Iraq though, wasn't it?
Parliament was eventually consulted over Iraq. That was only after a great deal of pressure. But I do urge people to look again at what Chilcot said about the evidence that was presented and the arguments that were presented. I want to see the whole picture on this because I want to see peace in Syria. I want to see an end to the war in Syria. That does mean America and Russia holding back, pulling back, and talking to each other. The dangers of bombing now, which could escalate the conflict beyond belief. Just imagine the scenario if an American missile shoots down a Russian plane or vice versa. Where do we go from there? Surely, if we've learnt nothing from the past 50 years...
If he genuinely wanted pacifism or non-interventionism, then he wouldn't have to lie about the both sides bullshit. Like, if his position was genuinely, I don't think we can fix this issue, and I really think it's a bad idea for us to get involved, that's fine. I think that's a defensible position. But you can believe that while also acknowledging that Assad is the fucking problem. You can literally just say, like, listen, yeah, Assad is a brutal dictator who has done monstrous things to his people. Unfortunately, given the situation there, I genuinely don't think that our direct intervention is going to help anything. That's it. I don't have an issue with him saying we shouldn't directly intervene. I have an issue with the, like, phony peace, like, posturing, and I have an issue with him, like, pretending that Assad and the insurgents are somehow on, like, moral even ground.
Years of Cold War and the proxy wars since then, of the dangers of that.
Do you oppose
Corbyn never supported Rojava, by the way. He's never met with any Kurdish groups or anything. He's a disgrace. Yeah, you know why? Because Russia doesn't like Rojava. That's why. Because Assad doesn't like Rojava because they occupy eastern portions of Syria, and so for that reason, they're off limits.
Military action under any circumstance?
I'm not in favour of increasing military action in Syria. What I'm in favour of is a political process to bring about peace.
Frameworks.
How should Assad be punished, though?
Assad should be dealt with by international law, by sanctions if necessary, by the United Nations, but also by pressure from those countries that have supported him and those countries that have supported the opposition to halt the conflict, to bring about a solution that does recognize the rights of the diversity of people in Syria. The Kurdish people and others have got to have their say in how this process works out.
Okay. Last one, just because it's Theresa May telling Corbyn to quit.
But I say to the right honourable gentleman, as this is the last time that we will have this exchange across these dispatch boxes.
True, deep mama.
I was going to say that it is the strength of our British democracy that the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition have these exchanges across their dispatch boxes every week at two swords' length. No quarter is sought and none is given. And that's as it should be in our adversarial parliamentary democracy. But he and I are very different people and with very different politicians. I think we approach the issues we face in this country in different ways. I have spent all but one of my years in this House.
Why do these clips always have a crowd yelling? Because British Parliament works very different to American Congress. British Parliament is a lot more fun. You have a bunch of very wealthy, powerful people who are like packed in shoulder to shoulder, stuffed in like sardines in a can, and they all go whenever anything's happening. And you can't directly name people. You have to say the right honorable gentleman and the right honorable lady, I think. Yeah. They all heckle each other. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Gentlewoman.
On the front bench, trying to implement the policies I believe in. He has spent most of his time on the backbenches campaigning for what he believes in, often against his own party. But what I think we both have in common is a commitment to our constituencies. I saw that after the terrorist attack in Finsbury Park Mosque in his constituency. But perhaps I could just finish my exchange with him by saying this. As a party leader who has accepted when her time was up, perhaps the time is now for him to do the same.
Yeah. Well, now he's out, so. Yeah, sorry. I just, like Demon Mama said, man, I have so little patience for, like, this lefty bullshit foreign policy, whatever. I'm not saying that everyone needs to be a fucking anarcho-Bidenist, NATOist, whatever, or any stupid other term that I came up with. It's just, like, is it really that much to expect that if you're asked about, like, some kind of unrest or some kind of, like, military dispute, which is undeniably the direct product of one very evil dictator, that they not, like, equivocate in both sides it? That's what I'm talking. Like, is that so much to ask? Is that really, like, a hard sell? Like, oh, you can get socialism, but you have to give up on this idea that people should be able to condemn evil dictators. I just feel like it shouldn't be that hard, man. Oh, Demon Mom, I hope you're doing well. Yeah. Yeah, I saw the Jay Foreman video on it. It's pretty funny. What's this?
I have a long history.
Sorry about that. Oh, Ben Shapiro went on... Oh, this is like a clip compilation. I probably can't watch that. There are clips from that are copyright. Surfs TV is getting shit on for his tweet in the Mr. Beast drama. Uh-oh. People honestly praising Mr. Beast yet again. This guy does poverty tourism for cash. If he pays a person's medical bills lottery style without informing anyone with his platform that it's fucked, he needs to do that. He's just profiting off the ability to do so. Is that a goddamn Artemy?
I went to pee, and he jumped on top of my desk, like up to my plant.
Nice. He's agitated.
Well, he didn't eat it, thank God.
He's agitated.
It would kill him.
Yeah, well, I'm glad he did. We got a lot of viewers right now. Have you ever seen this cat? Look at him. He's perfect. Beep, beep. Look how big he is. Is Artemis still mad? Probably. Yeah, not as upset as last time. What is he getting dumbed on for? He did make a tweet saying it's a systemic issue. This was 5 hours ago after massive public outcry. His video about how he's paying for medical costs should have focused on that. His episode in prison should have been about how solitary confinement is torture, not renting out an old one for his friends for the lulz. I completely agree with Lance here. I completely agree, yeah. I think that, look, if we're, listen, okay? Here's what I'll say. If people are saying it's irresponsible for Hassan to buy a $2.3 million house because he's a socialist, but Mr. Beast, who's infinitely wealthier and more powerful, can't be said like, hey, maybe this video where you make a big spectacle out of like torture should have more like of an emphasis on how it's bad, potentially. Like, I don't care about where he puts his money. I care about what he says with his content. It's not. It's like if he's gonna make these big videos where there's like a really obvious like invective, like something he can put in there, then I think it's okay to encourage that. Yeah, he could do so much more. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with encouraging people to do more. In this case, like we're talking about videos that are 98% spectacle and like 2% like reflective systemic critique, if even that. So I mean, we're talking about a guy who watched the dystopian gambling like torture show Squid Game and then was like, I'll do that in real life, you know? Mr. Beast videos are for 12-year-olds. Is it bad that his videos aren't too political? Everything is political, including the willful absence of political commentary in videos that have political content. Turning Squid Game, a show that is a definite critique of capitalism, into this like cutesy YouTube trial show is a political decision. It's just one that's cloaked as apolitical because of its good hustle. When you're introducing a new cat to some existing cats, you gotta play with the existing cats a bunch so they don't feel like they're being replaced. If you're neutral in situations of injustice, you've chosen the side of the oppressor. If an elephant has its foot on the tail of a mouse and you say you are neutral, the mouse will not appreciate your neutrality. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's 100% true. $100%. Artemis, you're out of camera frame. You're rolling too much to the right. He's rolling out of reach. Scoot back. Got him. No. I can't imagine that's tasty. It's just a foot. What's wrong with your feet? He's purring so loud. Artemy, I have to do work. Blinded. Okay. There we go. Yeah, prime content. Goodbye, Artemy. I love you. All right. How often do you clean that carpet? I vacuumed it 2 days ago. According to this article, Corbyn did say the leader of PKK should be freed, and he saluted the Kurdish-led administration of Rojava. Really? Oh, shit. Did I get misinfoed by chat? Oh no, it happened. I got misinfoed by chat on the Rojava thing. No! Yeah, but how often do you actually wash it? Wash my carpet? Like hiring a guy to come by and do like a deep clean? Not often. I vacuum. You could be pro-Kurd without supporting Rojava as a project. He said he saluted the Kurdish-led administration of Rojava, currently being targeted by the airstrikes of the Turkish military. Ooh, the really cynical take would be that he's only willing to support Rojava in the context of its defense against Turkey and not in the context of its reclamation of territory against the Syrian government. That would be like the ultra cynical take, where because Turkey, which is a part of NATO, it's like, okay, well, we defend Rojava against that, at least. I don't know. If that is the case, that's really scummy. Worst member of NATO, TBH? Oh, Turkey is by far the worst member of NATO. They fucking suck. Oh my god, they suck so bad. All right. And then the last link I had to go through. And then finally, we're done with all the links that you guys piled on me at the beginning. Ah, fuck. Hold on. Artemy! Artemy! I have to say, I'm heartened. Artemy seems to be in a good mood, which means that he's warming up to Danil. Okay, hold on. Somebody said there was another Reddit post with Robert Evans behind the bastards. Wish Robert and Vosh would hug it out. I don't think we need that, because close to 100% of the time when somebody comes forward offering to be the singular individual who provides hope to the masses, that person turns out to be a cult leader. What? Why do people say the dumbest shit about me? Fucking what? Offering to be... Why is this written like the dialogue from a fucking anime game? Offering to be the singular individual who provides hope to the masses? Okay. No influencer can give you real hope through YouTube rants and podcast appearance. You can't be given hope through information? Real hope is created by collective action. Oh my god, this is like every weird Twitter LARP fucking LARP bullshit here. Jesus Christ. To the extent the cool zone provides any of that, we don't do it because of any one person, but because we're a large group of people who regularly go out into the world and communicate with others to find pieces of hope. Wait, what? There's a reason that as this network has expanded, my focus has been bringing in new and different voices. Wait, so I'm a cult leader because I allegedly say I'm the singular individual who provides hope to the masses, and my content can't produce real hope because we don't do collective action, but they do collective action because they've brought on new and different voices. And that's what collective action means. So therefore they do real hope, as opposed to my road, which leads to becoming Alex Jones. Why is everyone so retarded when they dislike me? Why does disliking me instantly make people stupid? It's incredible. Why? This is so dumb. No, Robert Evans, no. I like Robert Evans so much I don't think he's being fair to you here. No, it's not fair. He's just being stupid. This is low IQ shit right here. If he was just like invective and insulting, then that could be maybe unfair, but this is just dumb. Collective action is when you bring new voices onto your show, which is how we give real hope. What? What does this mean? Oh my God. VDS, man. Avoiding cult leaders is the whole purpose of horizontal organization. This is a big generalization. I'm probably fucking it up a little. I've never listened to Vosh, but saying the left needs a daddy is a big red flag. I've never said that. I don't say that. Other people say that about me. That's not my fault. What? I don't even like saying the word daddy. I hate that word. Vosh gives me a lot of red flags. To use modern internet terminology, he's a debate bro. Oh, I love the pretense of the person who thinks he's better than the internet while using Reddit. To use some of the hip language these internet youngins use these days, a debate bro. That'll write people off for not going on a stream and entertaining stupid ideas he has. True. Guy also just gives me authoritarian vibes from the little I've seen of him. But I will say I don't know much about him or his... I have no idea who this man is or what he represents, but I am positive he is very Hitler-esque. He's saying the left as a whole can offer advice to men, but generally chooses not to. The left does offer advice to men. It's just that men prefer advice that tells them things like, this is how rich you need to be to bang 100 hot chicks a day. Dude, I'm telling you, I keep telling you, these guys legitimately think reaching out to men is beneath them. They're like, men are stupid and they just want, like, red pill stuff. Men are just bad, like, inherently. So, like, whatever. Like, their actual position on this, like, is, this is beneath us. Which is impressive. It's very hard to give advice to white men who expect nothing less than being at the top of the hierarchy to give up the idea of hierarchies entirely. They're literally giving up on outreach to the most powerful group in society. Fred Hampton was killed by the FBI because he realized how important it was to create a broad coalition. And these fucking 60 years later, these guys are like, why would white people even want to do, like, liberation, man? Also, yeah, 12-year-old white boys in fucking middle school are definitely like, yes, I am the top of the hierarchy, and I will willfully defend ideologies that preserve my position at the top of the hierarchy. Yes, this is exactly how 12-year-old boys think. I'm definitely not just horrendously insecure about talking to girls. Rah! Yeah, absolutely, dog. Lefties weirdly assume so much intent. I've said it before, but it's the same thing conservatives do to black criminals. Where like you'll have like disproportionate crime rates because of economic disparagement and like a bunch of like criminal justice discrimination, a bunch of shit like that. And then like the lefties like, oh, well, there are all these conditions that are like leading to these problems. You could fix the conditions. And then conservatives will be like, what? Fix the conditions? Those black people want it like this. Otherwise, why would they live like that? You don't understand. Because a lot of these lefties don't seem to understand that being at the top of a social hierarchy doesn't mean you have any more control over how that hierarchy forms. That is a very common misconception on the left. White supremacists and black people are both equally shaped by the systems they were born into. The fact that one was put in a position of power over the other doesn't mean they were put in a position of power over the system itself. They're both subject to the system. This is like a very basic sociological, it's just material analysis. Yeah. It's literally like Marx wrote on how even the bourgeoisie is subject to its own idiosyncratic cultural whims because they have their own like social norms that have been formed through traditions of power centralization and how to like show off the and like Marx wrote on how they're often victims of these systems too. Even the most powerful people are still kind of like dragged along by the expectation. Like, this is why so many ultra wealthy people are fucking miserable and they spend their entire life busy with a bunch of like stupid performative social bullshit when any of them could just take their money, leave, and spend the rest of their life chilling on an island getting their dick sucked. They're more in a position to gain power over the system, though. More of a position to gain power within the system. But unfortunately, having power over the system itself, not over your position in it, but over the system, requires a lot of sociological analysis. And interestingly, I actually find that sociological analysis is more common to weak people than to strong people. This is one of the reasons why, in spite of power in our society broadly being held by white rich men, society has only gotten better for non-white, non-rich, non-men in the past 200 years. You would think it would go the opposite way. If the people with all the sociological power are also the ones with the most control over the systems that shape our society in a like determinative sense, then you'd think things would only slide more and more in their favor. But material circumstances dictate the opposite, actually, that these internal contradictions end up often favoring the dispossessed. And the reason for that, I think, is because those who are subjected to the inequities of the system are more likely to understand theories on how to change it. How many conservatives have you met who are like ultra wealthy country club boys who have no fucking idea how society works? Like, no, like not even a basic understanding of what drives people to act on like a social level. They have all the power in the world and no clue how it's shaped. It's like owning all of the water but not understanding the current, you know? They have the biggest chunk of ocean plot, but they don't understand how the currents move. They have the biggest plot of land, but they don't know they don't know how the crops grow. And so history tends to, you know, like the long arc of history or whatever. I don't know. Nah, Vosh is a straight cunt. Leftists need to stop giving his grifting shit ass the time of day. This is unironically a higher IQ position than this. If you hate me, just call me a fat retard. Just if Robert Evans had just been like, Vosh, nah, he's like ugly, fat, retarded, stupid, dumb, gay, balding, hairline receding, dumb ear, stupid ear keloids, fat, ugly, just like that, the entire like maximum character limit of Reddit, that would have been like maybe an optimal response, I think. If I heard someone say the left needs an Andrew Tate, I would turn off the podcast. I guess that's a pretty like straightforward indication that they're not intellectually curious at all. Here's a copy paste bot. Damn, wait, what is this? Vosh, a cis man, called the non-binary lefty YouTuber Thought Slime fragile and dumb for his position on gender abolition. Wait, I've called Thought Slime way worse stuff than this. Hold on, you're really going to do me dirty? Include every invective I've ever used against Thought Slime and max out the character limit in this. Please, come on. Yeah, I've called him nanners. Vosh called trans people bitches for taking offense when misgendered. When did I say that? Also said fuck trans people in the same tweet. True. Oh, this was from like 2019 when I made a joke tweet where I was like, I stubbed my toe and misgendered somebody. Wow, why are they so easily offended or something? I don't even remember. That was 4 years ago, man. Whatever. Does Reddit have a character limit? Like 10,000, yeah. Chasers don't deserve hugs. I still don't understand where this one comes from. Isn't Vosh the one that said banking was oversaturated with Jews from the Weimar Republic? Citation, the Holocaust Museum website. That's not what he said, but that's the narrative. There's a video of him saying it. I watched the video where it does say if you're being charitable, you blah, 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 blah. I'm going to move on from this topic. Did you know he's a pedophile? Every time, man. Well, anyway. Is that the Nazi clip? What clip? Makes sense, the anti-corporatist. I don't get why a lot of lefties get upset when told sociological and intersectional analysis also apply to people in positions of privilege. Because a lot of lefties, unfortunately, want to do like the Jordan Peterson stereotype of Marxism, which is where you think that poor people are good and rich people are bad. A lot of lefties never really graduated from the infantile mindset of people in positions of power are more bad or more distrustful or whatever else. And they just kind of operate on that. This is why I've always like railed against essentialism, like as one of the great political evils, which is you can never believe that anyone is innately something because of something else. Everything is, at least to an extent, disconnected, and everything can be separated and undone. There's nothing fundamental about anything about a person. But a lot of people, they don't, yeah. The attitude towards men's advice has been really revealing to the extent that so many lefties really genuinely do believe that men are just kind of innately bad, which is interesting to me because this is the exact position being adopted by people like J.K. Rowling in defense of transphobia. So I have no idea why they think, that's a good line to run down. What's more, the last 2 times that I got canceled on Twitter for stuff, first one with the Andrew Tate men's advice thing, and secondly with my banger tweet where I said lesbians are too busy squishing their boobies together to dislike men that much. It's the heterosexual women who hate men. Both of those ratio hornet's nest whatevers, both of them got a ton of TERFs coming down on me. And they were literally like full of TERFs, like really angry transphobe women who are all hets, by the way. To the point where I saw lefty trans women defending the perspectives of TERFs on the idea of men being bad. And I can't help but think, like, you stupid bitch, you fucking retard. What are you doing? What are you doing? You fucking idiot. You stupid bitch. What are you doing? You're going to get yourself killed. God. It's unbelievable. Really, genuinely, the left is by far the most retarded political faction to have ever disgraced this planet, with the exception of every other one, which happens to be either marginally or much worse. It's rough out there. It's rough out there. What is this? Did you see Short Fat Otaku made a hit piece in White Nervosa? What? God damn, what is White Nervosa up to? 51 what? Well, when has Short Fat Otaku ever been right about anything? Seems like a clear W for White Nervosa. Bro, what? I have no idea. He's clout farming, half of it is Destiny clips. Well, from what I've seen of Destiny's community right now, Nick Fuentes could make a 2-hour hit piece that was 90% anti-Semitism, and as long as the 10% was an internet lefty, they would agree with it. So, it makes sense. Who's this guy again? This is the guy who said that conservatism is the new punk rock. Literally, I'm in the video, bro, is no content. Ah. Wasn't that Paul Joseph Watson? Paul Joseph Watson tweeted it. This guy made a video on it. Pretty funny one, if I remember. Anyway, we're obviously not wasting our time with this bullshit. Let me turn off the water really quick. Let me see. Hold on. Oy, yo. Logical pretzels, if there are any people who might like me who I alienated with a single remark, they can go fuck themselves. I've always been willing to extend charitability to people, even if I already dislike them, if I see them making a take I agree with. But if people on the left are like, well, I heard this one thing about Vosh, and that's it, and then it's just all downhill from there, then I never would have been good allies with them anyway. There's no point. You know, I after the Keffels thing, you know, the whole like Kiwi Farms, whatever, I actually got DMs from a few people who were like, man, after seeing how dogpiled Keffels is getting by the left right now, I am way more sympathetic towards you and how like dirty of a deal you got from the left and how uncharitably things get like funneled through the internet telephone game. And I guess unfortunately sometimes it can take like a direct kind of familiarity with how bad that stuff can get to really get it. But no, I don't really care. These people all suck. I'm cool though. And DM obviously. Because DM's in chat. There you go. Your tweet about lesbians got posted on the actual lesbian subreddit, and the comments were dead 50-50 split between Vosh bad and this is so true, who wants to squeeze boobies? I often frequent the actual lesbian subreddit as a he him lesbian myself. Where's this goddamn post? Oh, it'd be under controversial, wouldn't it? Or is it? I wanted to see the memes. Sort controversial. Does scissor sing actually work? Question mark? From what I've heard, not really. I mean, maybe. I can't find it and I'm bored now. Thank chat. Oh. Ah, this one was seen by a Xander Hall fan. Wait, they're actually having a reasoned discussion? God damn. Vosh on queer people are like VOD in general is just blah, blah, blah. It's the same person as ethical CP, right? That was actually Destiny. Why does that one get attributed to me? Also, the I'm bisexual, I like women and trans women. I have never said that. Where did this one even come from? All right. They think you're the same person? Oh, come on. I'm far taller than Destiny. All right. Click that. What is this? Reject comic books, embrace Japanese manga. What?
We're dead, all right. We're just not broke. And you know the surest way to go broke? Keep getting an increasing share of a shrinking market. Down the tubes. Slow but sure. You know, at one time there must have been dozens of companies making buggy whips.
What?
And I'll bet the last company around was the one that made the best goddamn buggy whip you ever saw. Now how would you...
Why is this guy talking like this? Hey, it's me. I'm a manga YouTuber. Here we are at Barnes & Noble.
I'd like to have been a stockholder in that company.
Comic books.
Oh, that's a movie clip? It's not actually him talking? Oh, it's a movie clip. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, I didn't know if he was trying to... Okay, gotcha.
Once dominant force in American pop culture.
Oh, holy shit! He has a React Sona. Oh, boy.
Now has all the force and relevance of an asthmatic ant named Gordon. Don't get me wrong. The MCU had its golden age, while the DCU lagged behind with a club foot. But to say superhero fatigue isn't setting in is to say the cost of living isn't skyrocketing. As I get older, I now realize the comic book industry has become taken over by fetishists and Tumblr artists.
What? What? Is it because she's black? You've reacted to him before? Okay, first of all, Tumblr artist means they have the red nose and the red knees, all right? Oh, wait, shit, she does have the red knees in the costume.
Who care more about pushing an agenda.
Oh, that was some bad art. Whew.
Taken over by fetishists and Tumblr artists. Who care more.
Oh, that's rough. Oh, look at that. Anime well known for not being fetish bait. True.
About pushing an agenda or a kink than they care about writing something genuinely good. Case in point.
Okay, so wait, hold on. This is boring as shit. Is this originally is this just going to be yet another one of those like reject Western progressivism, adopt manga, which definitely doesn't have any progressive themes? Aren't a ton of the top manga series right now, don't they have like progressive shit in it? One Piece has the Wano arc in One Piece had 2 transgender characters, or like one transgender character and one something character. Let's just say 2 transgender characters. I don't know. I mean, yeah. Chainsaw Man was written by the guy who made Fire Punch. Fire Punch had a trans male character and was extremely political and progressive. Chainsaw Man is definitely political. Attack on Titan has lesbians. I don't know. Like, stuff happens. Artists in any culture are going to be more progressive than their general disposition. Gundam? Doesn't Gundam have a lot of progressive stuff? I'm shocked by how progressive Gundam Wing is. Women are hardly sexualized. Same women have gotten very diverse, strong world story. The racial diversity is remarkable for the time it was made. The anti-war message put it light years ahead of its contemporaries. Damn! I can't believe the SJWs infiltrated 1990s anime or something. Yeah, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, everyone is gay. Hunter x Hunter, yeah, has an explicitly trans character. Yeah, I like, okay. The main issue is like, do you think that Western comics have gotten tired, repetitive, and samey? Yes, I fully believe this. I still think there are probably a couple of ongoing comic lines that are good, but for the most part, holy shit, yes, absolutely. It's because these big comic it's a totally different format. Manga is done by a mangaka, usually. Like, you have, like, big companies like Shonen Jump that will finance and pay for, like, one guy or maybe 2 guys to put their comics out, and, like, it goes through the editor and the publisher and stuff. It's a very personal project, whereas, you know, DC and Marvel are like superhero things, and it's like, yeah, here, do you want to be the 8,000th writer to do Spider-Man or whatever? There's still some good stuff, but I do appreciate the individualism and the creative auteur drive behind the manga stuff more. Let's not forget the assistance for both sides. Yeah, but it's much more collaborative on the Western end of things. Isn't this why Invincible got so successful? Yeah. Wait, wasn't Invincible published by Dark Horse, or am I wrong on that? Image Comics. Image Comics. Thank you. So not Marvel or DC. But yeah, Invincible is a superhero story that exists entirely in its own universe, which means that the writers and everyone had a lot of creative freedom on how they wanted to do stuff. Can you imagine if they tried to do Invincible in like the DC universe or whatever? Like it's kind of like the whole Blade situation with Marvel, where it's like, okay, Captain America and Thor were just busy the day that he was fighting off the vampire apocalypse. And it's like, oh yeah, dude, in Metropolis, they just had this big wow. While Superman was away, there was a dramatic tone shift in Metropolis. I have to say, Omni-Man had a bit of a Joker moment, and oh boy.
The piss fetish joke in the X-23's version of Wolverine comic.
What? Well, hold on.
Good. Case in point, the piss fetish.
What piss fetish joke?
Fetish joke in the X-23's version of Wolverine comic book panel.
Thoughts?
What?
What?
What? What?
Well, in the aquarium lovies, make yourselves at home because you're never leaving. You like watching people.
What?
Piss.
What?
Huh? What? You like pee, don't you? You're into it. Oh, no, that's not true. Then why can't we use the clothing racks to do our business in private?
What the fuck is going on? Who watches this shit? Writers talking like what?
Knock on wood, we're all gonna be.
I'd hire everybody.
Oh, wow. This guy who flips through like 87 comic panels a second, I skipped 2 whole minutes with one click, and he's still talking about the fucking single panel of the trans bat lady in the Batman thing. I wonder why that got his goat.
Of celebrating queerness and transness in a way that has not been done because we've been
Changing iconic characters to be alphabet.
Characters, I mean, I think there's still a lot
Support instead of creating.
only are these stories.
It was #1 for the first issue because basically comic book collectors buy all the variants and stuff because it's the #1 issue of something. Let's face it, maybe 50 years down the line, it might be worth $300-400. It could get you a carton of eggs. Superman lasted for decades. Superman, son of Kal-El, didn't make it a year.
What? So they did a comic run on Superman's son, which did well, but he's like, it may have done well, but it didn't do as well as the character Superman, so it was a failure.
Color.
This person gives me brain cancer. Can we please move on? Well, the issue with videos like this is no actual arguments are made, so it's not possible to respond to arguments. I can only kind of like poke fun at how silly the premise of the video is and then go over the patterns that I see. Or it'll be, here's examples of characters being gay. Whoa, crazy. Pregnant Joker. This entire section is called Pregnant Joker. Can I just get oh, wait. Pregnant Joker. There he is up there. We found him. Apparently this was a dream sequence. So in a dream someone had, Joker had pregnant. Okay. I remember the good days of comics where Superman caught a disease that made him eat all the world's pies, and they defeated him by revealing that it was a dream and he didn't eat all the pies. More cripple heroes, you bigot. Is he going to complain about Daredevil in here? There was literally an old kryptonite that made Superman gay. Hold on. This guy's an idiot, but the amount of times Vosh skips ahead to a random point in the video, then blames the video when he's confused is so frustrating. Johnny Be Good, do you see what type of video we're looking at right here? There are no arguments being made in this video. He's literally just listing examples of progressivism and there's no arguments being made. You can skip to any point. It's the same thing. We're not missing anything here. Hold on. Superman, gay, kryptonite. Pink kryptonite. This is what I'm talking about. From the wiki, the pink kryptonite is a kryptonite that turns Krypton seemingly gay. It is unknown what pink kryptonite would do to a Kryptonian who is already gay. Holy shit. You know, Superman's been acting awfully strange since being exposed to pink kryptonite. What do you think's wrong with him? Lois, you so don't want to know. Did I ever tell you how smashing you look in bow ties, Jimmy? By the way, that's a fabulous window treatment you've put together. Gee, I thanks. Thanks, I guess. In his head, contemplating, can I survive fucking Superman? Is it possible? He had to have fucked somebody by now, right? Stupid.
Disabled trans people of color, you know, trans people who are queer identified, trans people who are not. I mean, there's so many stories that.
It seems like half this video is just pulling from this one Skype or like Zoom call as well. Wonder Woman was modeled after the author's two Dom wives. Comics have never been free from this. Yeah, the original Wonder Woman comic guy was a bondage fetishist. And the original people who wrote Superman were like, wasn't it like the Schumacher, the two Jewish guys who wrote him as a kind of like golem allegory as a way of protecting the weak? Yeah. Comics, guys, this is going to shock and surprise you, but going all the way back to the 1930s, the kinds of adult men who in the 1930s decided to be comic artists and writers were usually not the most like staunch traditionalist conservatives. If that sounds at all surprising to you. In reality, comics and art in general have always been something of a refuge for the socially maligned and for the auteur, many of whom are fucking gay and love sucking cock.
Have not been told. And that's because people can't tell them because they haven't lived them.
Disabled trans black heroes. Well, I guess
many such cases.
That explains why the Spider-Verse has the crippled Spider-Woman. Now, how the hell does disabled Spider-Woman climb walls? Because her legs...
Oh, I saw this image. I don't give a shit about fucking comics or whatever, but she looks good here. That's cool.
Don't work. Her legs just be dangling because only her hands work. Wait, do her hands fully work? Does she climb the wall?
Also, pardon me if I'm off on this, but this Spider-Woman or man or whatever also seems to be sharing the panel with the Spider-Pig thing from Enter the Spider-Verse, which means that this was part of a comic series where they went to other universes to see other Spider-Men. So, like, this is ridiculous, but this isn't. Like, I'll believe Porky Pig Spider-Man, Spider-Ham, but not this. In one comic, one single comic. The whole point was like, we'll do one okay.
Wall with like her little sticks, because the sticks is where she shoots the webs. Honestly, it just don't make sense. How does she...
That's... Dog, it's so unrealistic. That's... This Edge of Spider-Verse panel is so... it's so unrealistic.
Fight. Now
Okay. So for those of you who don't know, in the original Spider-Man comic, and still in some adaptations, the spider web doesn't come from the wrist of the character. There's a device that makes it. So the device that makes it here is just in the walking sticks. So it's not like a biological function is being produced and then channeled into this. It's literally just a long web shooter. which means that it makes perfect sense. There's nothing about that that doesn't make sense.
I gotta go look at a comic book. I'm not buying it, though. But really, if I worked at Marvel and someone dragged that across my table, I'd beat them in the head with a ruler. Beat them with a stapler. Zoe Quinn's also writing for Marvel again. I'm sure that those comics will be better than anything Chris Claremont came up with. And I know, you're chomping at the bit to read whatever it is she's going to do. Remember she did a comic
Met the fundraiser goal.
for Vertigo? And they literally went out of business a year later? I don't even think she finished the comic book line before they went out of business, which is also wild.
And creators.
Dude, it keeps going back to this one Zoom call. Over and over and over again, this one specific Zoom call. Please talk to this guy in person. But there's, wait, no. People like this will never talk about shit. Ever. Like, at all. They'll never do it. They're always cowards every time with no exceptions. You'll never get anything like that.
How do we combat toxic masculinity in our industry?
Wait, that section was called More Cripple Heroes, You Bigot. And the only example from it was the one Spider-Woman who had the canes. Oh, this next section is entirely just... Look at this next section. I'm panning through it right now. It's just that same Zoom call. It's the same Zoom call. Okay, hold on. Now we get to the section I care about. Manga remembers what Western media forgets.
Whereas the comic book industry is creatively bankrupt to the point of total clown shoes, as these clips have illustrated, with a lack of respect for American mythology. You ever notice how Greek mythology has never changed over the hundreds of years? Hercules hasn't turned into a trans hero.
Are we for fucking real right now? Is this being done facetiously? Is he making fun of himself here? Okay, I'm not even touching this. I'm not even touching this. This is self-evident.
Nobody's saying Herc is non-binary or gay.
A Greek hero being gay? What the? Okay, hold on. There we go. Didn't think it'd go this far.
But over here, we're just trashing our mythology. If you want to make your own stuff, that's perfectly...
Literally, like... God almighty. Dog, we have never... Every time we tell the stories of the Greek pantheon, they're the same, man. Every time. It's like, look, man, that's what we do when we talk about the Greek pantheon. We're like, yeah... We're going to tell the same story the same way every time. No one's gay in Hades. No one's gay in fucking Hades. They don't even know what pussy is in the Hades Greek pantheon. They couldn't even comprehend pussy.
Fine. But taking things that have been established for decades and changing them really doesn't sit well with anyone.
By the way, Plutarch says that Hercules had male lovers beyond counting. He seduced men, many men, so he is considered bisexual or pansexual. Plutarch, the Greek historian, eventual Roman citizen, wrote that Hercules' list of male lovers was beyond numbering. Among his lovers were said to be the young heroes Admetos, Iphitos, Euphemos, Alacatus, and Abderus, son of Hermes, whose love for Hercules cost him his life. From The Golden Age of Denial, Hercules the Bisexual Demigod. roommates. They were all very good friends. This is great. I'm glad I clicked on this video, you know? It's always good to remind myself that everyone who disagrees with me has brain damage and there will never be a good argument mounted against any of the positions I hold. I love it. It's so good. Chad, I hope you're feeling smug right now. This is what reactionary comic YouTubers have to offer. Never make Hercules gay? Not in my unchanging Greek mythology.
What Western media has forgotten and manga keeps alive and well.
Oh, fuck. Oh, do it, dog. Bring up these specific examples. I've read Berserk cover to cover fucking 5 times, okay? Let's go. Tell me more about how the story of Guts and Griffith being the messiest bitches in human history isn't... Okay, Guts is definitely bi, right? There is no fucking way... Griffith, the Demon Lord, meets Guts at the graveyard of the Band of the Hawk, and his demon heart feels a flutter for the first time since he ascended as he looks into Guts's eyes. You're gonna fucking tell me that that Griffith does not want his guts to be rearranged by Guts? That's why he's named Guts, after the thing Griffith wants him to rearrange in him. Canon, by the way. Literally, my heart felt a beat. Jesus Christ. Literally, vermin. Yeah, I want my non-gay straight manga representation, such as the notably anime before manga End of Evangelion, or no, Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Our stories about people, heroes, characters that are relatable, not because they look like me or because they're gay or trans or whatever. That's surface level relatability, and it's childish to the core. See,
so again, like, this doesn't mean anything because he's not actually, like, there's no argument made here that there's no point being made here. Like, the relatable people like me in manga, but not in Western comics. Western comics are only about being gay, but not this. It can't really be substantiated.
Children react to images on screen because they genuinely think that they're actually seeing themselves. They just don't go, oh, identify with this. They think, that is me.
What?
I'm up there, that's me. And any adult that needs that sort of validation, odds are has bigger issues and probably needs therapy. Japanese...
Relating... What? Wait, is he arguing that adults don't need to relate to characters, but he doesn't know that relating to characters means you don't literally think you're them? Does he think children watch SpongeBob and go, that's literally me? Like, wow, oh my, I've got holes all over my body. Ah, you're like, what?
Media as a whole understands the fundamental element of good storytelling is the human condition or the hero's journey. Whereas the Western media,
as opposed to Western comics, known for not employing the hero's journey. This is also not a comic. This is an anime that we're looking at.
Is obsessed with representation, taking ground, allies.
That was an anime, not a manga. There is a manga for Jujutsu Kaisen that you could use.
Support, safe spaces, stories ruled by committee and diversity quotas. They're not relatable. They're not interesting. They're homogenous. In anime and manga, heroes overcome adversity. They grow, they change, they learn. Whereas over here, some of our heroes are already fantastic, especially the female ones, and they can only get better, even though they're perfect.
Oh, he's doing the thing where he, even though this came out like a decade ago, he's still complaining about Rey. Over here. It's been 4 years. I didn't see the last one. I didn't see Rise of Skywalker or whatever, because it would have been shit. It's like non-stop, yeah. This asshole hasn't read any goddamn comics, has he? No, he hasn't. Because actually, nothing in this video gives me the impression this guy's actually a comic fan. Because he's not able to like make any direct comparisons or like illustrate anything with any direct examples. He basically seems to have just ripped a couple of like screenshots from the headlines of what ex-Gamergaters are upset about and then gone like, but it's not as good as Berserk. Bitch, nothing is as good as Berserk. I don't know why. Like, we know like everything is worse than Berserk. We're aware of this. Okay, it's not. It doesn't prove your point. We know that. Okay.
But they've become more perfect.
I will say though, at first I thought it was annoying, but I actually do kind of like this little animation that he's gotten done, that he can just play over stuff. So like it's sort of, first of all, it's less likely to trip YouTube DMCA stuff, and second of all, it kind of like keeps a consistent idea. I kind of like that actually. The Scrimblow, yeah, of course.
Thank you, Ray Skywalker. Let's talk about a perfect example of a strong female character arc that isn't cringy.
Stop.
Like Claymore, for instance. The fact that Claymore never got a full anime adaptation to
why are we looking at anime? Why are we not looking at the manga?
this day is criminal. But the point that I'm trying to make here is Claire goes through so much and grows as a character, and she regains her humanity. Even when the story starts out, Claire is strong, but she's never smug about it. It's a quiet confidence she carries, even when she's around Rocky, who is...
Okay, so again, like, remember, notice how nothing that he's saying right now, like, serves to prove any points about the difference between the two. Like, notice how this thing is good over here, unlike all of the Western comics industry and the billions of dollars that it represents. Anyway, is this like spoilers for Claymore? I haven't seen Claymore. Also, this is, again, an anime, not a manga.
Her. She takes pity on him.
This is not
characters without being cringy, predictable, or making men out to be completely incompetent.
The insecurities, man. So fragile. The funny thing is if you go back to like 1980s and 1990s, dude, have none of these motherfuckers seen the Golden Boy OVA? The idea that like men being comically incompetent is like a Western thing is so stupid. Have you ever seen like 90s or 80s like anime or whatever? The like, nah, stupid boy, like that shit all the time. Dickless syndrome, yeah. Has he seen Konosuba? Yeah.
I'm looking at you, Netflix Resident Evil.
I'm looking at you, Netflix Resident Evil, which is not a manga, and also Resident Evil is a Japanese property that was made by Capcom, so this is an adaptation of a Capcom game, so this is a TV adaptation of a video game of a Japanese studio, which has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Why is it here? Because the point of this video is just like, let's find an excuse to do the Gamergate bit again.
The female characters that also accompany her are flawed individuals, but they overcome personal...
I don't know anything about Claymore. I will say, though, that it makes me kind of feel like this guy hasn't read Claymore either, because the shit he's saying about it is generic as fuck. If I started talking about Berserk, I would not start going like, Berserk is a story where the characters start out as competent, but they still have a deep tragedy. The story of Berserk cares about its heroes and watches them grow over time. Like, that would not be how I talk about Berserk. So it makes me wonder if he's actually... I think you could say what he's saying right now about almost any story.
Physical limitations. How one of the girls loses an arm and she's still badass. And they take on...
Wow. We need more disabled protags. Woke. Funny thing is, Guts from Berserk, also disabled.
A corrupt organization, but once again, I'm not going to ruin it for you because you probably want to check out Claymore.
Like, have you ever seen Guts? My man's not doing all right. Where's him when he's lying in bed with the band? Oh yeah, here we go. Everyone's seen this on Twitter with a caption like "How I'm feeling today" or whatever, right? He's got half an arm missing. Also, his entire body is covered in injuries and scars. And also, he's, like, slowly dying because of the Berserker. It's a whole thing, okay? He's tired. Also, he got raped and has PTSD. I guarantee you that if this was a Western property who was identical in every other fashion, then the anti-SJWs would be like, man, Berserk was good. I don't know why they got to get like all like woke with like the rape PTSD thing or whatever. Yeah, it's just total selection bias. Modern manga is full of so much. Like, how can I go, like, hold on, top list manga right now. Hold on. Popular manga 2022. I don't know. My Hero Academia is literally the #1, like, 13-year-old Tumblr girl shipping these two dipshits, whatever. Jujutsu Kaisen, absolutely strong female character shit. If this was a Western property. The mangaka for Jujutsu Kaisen literally said, like, my mom reads what I draw, so she would slap me if I put in, like, sexualized women, so I don't. Yeah, also a lot of disabled characters, that's true. Wow, so woke, disabled characters, wow. Fucking, yeah, My Hero Academia, like, half the characters are disabled just because the nature of quirks and how it, yeah. One Piece, literally, like, anarchist screed written in human blood across the world's longest stretch of toilet paper in a prison for people who are gay. That's also a plot point in Impel Down, by the way. Like, literally so fucking political, and multiple trans characters. Ivankov. This One Piece has an entire island of drag queens and a revolutionary cell led by a drag queen. Who is framed in the story as, like, basically objectively morally right. Is One Piece based? Yes. Yeah, there's literally a character who can trans you. That's not a joke. That is their explicit power. They can trans you. They have the power over hormones. That's explicitly, but there's so many episodes. Read the manga. Don't watch the anime. Read the manga. The manga is really good. One Punch Man? One Punch Man isn't... does the One Punch Man do anything, like, particularly progressive? I mean, it's good, but I don't think it does anything, like... I never watched One Punch Man and thought, like, oh, that was nice of them, I guess. Yeah, Sonic being a femboy? I don't know. Blue Lock? I don't know anything about Blue Lock. Canonically gender fluid? Yeah. Look at them. That's one person. I don't know anything about Blue Lock. I don't know anything about Tokyo Revengers. I don't know anything about Kaguya-sama Love is War. Spy X Family's really cute. I guess you could say, like, adoption. Is adoption woke these days? Considering the fact that cons are literally, like, anti-adoption. Maybe it is. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Oh, dude. Vinland Saga is crazy progressive. Especially as the story goes on, there are louder and louder themes about, like, feminism and gender relations, what it means to be a man. Bigotry, anti-war, anti-slavery, and there's an explicit trans character who's respected by the narrative. Yeah. Oh, by the way, Vinland Saga just got a second season. Yeah, on Amazon Prime, right? Yeah, you should watch it if you can, or read the manga. The manga's also very good. And Netflix? Oh, they put it on Netflix. Oh, okay, that's even better. Nice. Even in kids media, this is a scene from a Digimon game, a cereal for kids. What is this? Wow, holy shit, this is some transbian goals. What the fuck am I looking at right now? Okay, gay. Oh, I see. They're doing a transgender. Neat. I don't know what the point of this was. Anyway, What was I getting at here? Guts. Guts would defeat that angel thing in no time. It's gay? Yeah, it's pretty gay. Tits got bigger too, because they squished their boobies together, just like I fucking foretold. When they squished the boobies together. Speaking of dumbasses who don't understand comics. Oh yeah, I saw this. I see Alphabet Psychos trying to claim Magneto as a gay icon. Have they even touched a comic? Yeah, and he got, yeah, ratioed into oblivion. What a king. Yeah, no, a bunch of stuff. He survived the Holocaust.
Or I'm serious. To make it simpler for most people today, Claymore is like The Witcher but with chicks, okay? Long story short,
That can't be true. First of all, The Witcher has chicks. Second of all, that can't possibly be true. I have read The Witcher books. I have played The Witcher games. I have played The Witcher side games. There is no way that's true. This guy has never read Claymore. This guy doesn't know anything.
they grow a sisterhood and they have a bond between them that seems natural and it doesn't seem forced. It doesn't seem cheesy.
Okay.
Captain Marvel and Charlie's Angels could have learned a lot from Claymore. On another hand, She-Hulk. It tried and failed to make a slice of life show inspired by anime and manga because of course they did. But it lacked all the charm and sophistication of Shin-Chan.
Ants? Peas? Why would I do that? Duh, can't you read? It says allowance, please. Now you've left me no choice. I'm going on Spike. You mean you're going to start it?
What the fuck is happening right now? These aren't comics.
Hearing cast of characters. Everyone was great on the show, even the villains. Even characters you start off not liking, you begin to like later.
He's not saying anything. He's just saying manga is better because it's better, and then he'll show an anime in the background.
They bigot. Comics and Western media as a whole have forgotten their job is to entertain.
This guy's got like a lot of animation bits.
Not to
and then the same Zoom
I'm
call.
ready to see a polyamorous relationship between Cyclops, Wolverine, and Jean Grey so that they
Can
can
I
all
please have that?
No. It isn't about.
True. Okay, I will concede exactly 1 point to this video, okay? This video is retarded. The man who made it is retarded. Anyone else who worked in it, sorry, you're getting caught too. You're also retarded. This is stupid. It's dumb. Low IQ. This guy's never doesn't know The Witcher. Doesn't know anything. I'll debate this guy on Berserk any day. We'll talk about how gay it is. I want to talk to him about Greek mythology. He'll never talk to me though. That's okay. That's fine. I will say one thing though. Okay, are you ready for it? I will say one thing. The Gamergate cells are correct on exactly one thing, okay? And it's that every time I see a Zoom call here, which is a bunch of progressive people who are all like trying to yassify everything in all the media they have control over, except by yassify, they mean like make more progressive. I do want to die when I see this. If you want progressive narratives in existing media with characters you have control over, here's what you do, okay? Make it better. But like it does come across as like and this is a very liberal disposition, by the way, where the discussion is on representation as a first priority, rather than anything else, where they're like they don't give a shit about anything other than like the social accreditation they could get, because these people exclusively have like Brooklyn progressive or like fucking Manhattan progressive, right? Just some fucking party in New York or whatever. They don't interact with regular people, so they think that like you can substitute progressive virtue signaling for quality. Yeah, that is annoying. However, this video is really dumb. And if I had to choose between a comic book industry controlled by annoying people like this or fucking retard reactionaries like the guy who made the video, that's an easy choice, man. It's the former every time. Also, like, the X-Men would all be fucking each other anyway. They're all, like... I mean, I guess the X-Men includes, like, 5 trillion people, but the core X-Men are all, like, hot, young, super-powered people living on a compound. Like, yeah. In the new ones, they are? Yeah, I bet. That's realistic, like, unironically. Dude, if people who work at the Renaissance Fair are all fucking in their tents in between setups, then yeah, so are the X-Men. Oh, that was random. Huh. Well, that just happened. Hold on. We've been blessed with an effort post. Hello all, and welcome to my PowerPoint presentation about why Daniil Dinkovsky is an anprim. Here Daniil practices the noble art of hunting and gathering, a fierce warrior, hardened for the grasslands of the old days. Most people would see here a loving owner playing with his cat, but you are wrong. Daniil is expressing his hatred for high technology, represented by the laser point. Daniil says, return to Proaileris lemonensis. That's back here. I can't believe how cute he is, dude. Look at him. Look at this little idiot. Artemy, as a fascist, hates Daniil for his egalitarian beliefs. Pigeon, as a tanky, is afraid of Daniil for she fears for her industrial society. In the YouTube short, Conyer was right in pointing out that Daniil is not brain damaged. Daniil simply understands the Neolithic revolution led to coercion, social alienation, and social stratification. Finally, I would propose this one as a potential idea for a new emote. Thank you for your time. I can't make any emote promises, but I think a strong argument has been made for an anprim, Daniil. I'll have to consider it, okay? But I'll consider this argument made. I'll take this into my calculations. A good case has been made. No, it's too neutral. Anarcho-primitivism is too neutral? So noted, DM. All right, lads. I'm going to read donations, and then I'm on a skedaddle. I woke up late, so I need a shower. John, thank you for the $30. I really appreciate that. Panthera and King Snow Fox, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Congratulations on getting elected to your small town city council, King Snow Fox. Voshite representation. Simric, thank you for the $10. Vosh, your stream about mental health made me more comfortable with medication. Already got my Lexapro Adderall next week. Hell yeah, happy to hear that. I hope it works out well for you. Just remember, sometimes it can take a bit of adjustment to make sure you have the right, the right everything. C. Jinmir, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Markinator with the $5. Have you seen Movie Bob asking people to stop comparing all witty writing to Marvel, talking about Forspoken? Who lives in a pineapple under this? No. If the thought enters your mind to entertain this as Marvel writing or Marvel humor, etc., some form of analysis critique, please watch more movies. Well, it's like Joss Whedon stuff, right? Like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. But Marvel as a whole has been kind of influenced by that. They're right, Forspoken is worse. Hey, remember, I took a look at some more clips from Forspoken, and I actually think the writing is pretty good on average. I mean that. The absolute worst writing in the game was used in the promotional trailer for some unimaginable reason. But a lot of the writing that I saw was actually pretty funny and pretty nice. And I don't really mind it being a little peppy and kind of like goofy, you know? Ninja Taka with a very kind two $10 donations. You don't need to say anything to assuage my anxiety. You cannot. I'm just screaming into a void. Being heard is enough. Thank you. I apologize for distracting. Just need to get something off my chest. I've been in the US for 13 years, still navigating American immigration, and the anxiety is fucking crushing me. You're right. I can't say anything to assuage your anxiety. But I do wish you luck. And also thank you for the money. Good luck. You need to self-diagnose to an extent to get a psychiatrist to diagnose Nameless Wing. Otherwise, you wouldn't be going in and asking about it. Yes, Elsa47. And yes. Studied Dog, thanks the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Calliope. Spooky Spider Dog. Just had a birthday, and my husband got me Lego flowers. 100% inspired by your New Year's Eve stream. He told me to thank you, so thank you. I got the orchids. Nice. I'm happy to hear that. I really do like these. You know, I really do think they're cute. It's cute. Got it. Very satisfying. Pretty dust collector. Everything's a dust collector. It's D&D. Thanks to $3. Fosh W. Thank you. Cyanide. Cyanide. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Glad you enjoy the streams. The cats will get along soon. John Lacombe, thank you for the $5. What are your thoughts on politics? They're bad. N-word, thank you for the 579. Good luck with the coming winter storm. Go get some gas logs. Go get everything you need. Seriously, be well, okay? Valiant Shadow, thank you for the $5. This is the reaction for him getting caught looking at DFs of a public figure. I get he knows her, so I guess it's a bit cringe, but it doesn't warrant this. I thought it was pretty wild myself. Jamie, thanks to the tier 1 sub. It's time to bring back the I baked you a pie, oh boy, what flavor meme. Also, where's the gaming channel? Where do we suggest games? The gaming channel right now is called Vosh Vibes, and it's just going to be a repository of gaming streams, edited so that it's just the games, you know? So if you want to watch me play Outer Wilds, which you should, by the way. Outer Wilds is an incredible game, and we had an incredible playthrough. Like Bayonetta, the Resident Evil games. If there are any games that you want to see archived over to the Vosh Vibes channel, I suggest you message DM, or not DM, you're in chat. Tempest or Ryan, because I don't remember everything. Metroid Prime, yeah. Narrative games. The first thing is narrative games. We want to start with games that I've done from start to finish. Metroid Prime and Metroid Prime 2, I did. Yeah, for those who like the games. Muskets and Bayonet, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Soveball, thank you for the $5, True. Josh Olgene, thank you for the $10. To be clear, Wagner is in Ukraine. They're pushing currently. The power struggle between Wagner and the actual military is ongoing and fascinating. Wagner mostly using the 50k prisoner conscripts there. Wait, they got that many conscripts? The last time I checked, the Wagner group only had like 6,000 people. Have they not been added to the count? Oh no, wow. Size 50,000 plus. Okay, wow, they really did increase their number by that much. Yeah, it was 8,000 back in April 2022 near the start of the war. And then by the end of 2022, it was 50,000. So for every original Wagner conscript, they have a completely untrained prisoner. The penal battalion is 4 times the size, 5 times the size of the actual mercenaries. That's insane. Wouldn't most of these guys just get thrown into the meat grinder? There's no fucking way. Can't find the gaming channel. Am I dumb? Maybe. Let me check. I haven't listed it fully. On my channel. It's called Vosh Vibes. See? So far, it's Bayonetta stuff. Up next will definitely be Outer Wilds. Yeah. The first priority for putting game VODs up here is putting up any narrative game that I've finished, like, and started on stream. So from top to bottom, you know, like we really made it through. Will your Sekiro playthrough be up there? Sekiro might be difficult because that was played so long ago that I don't even know if all those VODs are recoverable. I might have them on a hard drive somewhere. I'd have to check. This is probably an example of how evil Russia/Wagner is. They once made a cock division, a division comprised of individuals to be raped at will. What? This seems uncredible to me. I'll have to look into it. And not right now. Mr. Wen, thanks the $2. Dr. Reno Sixerino, thank you for the $10. Anime gets a bad rap for being reactionary, but everyone forgets that almost all art mediums are still dominated by progressives. Yes, the really bad stuff that you... So first of all, with like manga, I think is a lot better than anime. The market for anime is such that the best way to get a return on your investment is to what you'll see with a lot of anime is it can be expensive and difficult to adapt a manga because oftentimes manga are published by publishing companies. To buy the rights to them, you need to have a decent amount of money. But what's a property that you can adapt from that's cheap? Light novels. Light novels are cheap and usually kind of smutty, schmalty. So it's easy to buy a light novel property about like that time I got trapped in the isekai world where every guy reincarnates to be the footpad that his younger sister wears in the boots when she goes off to fight tentacle demons. And then you can make an anime adaptation of that. And then they sell it based primarily off of like pedophilia and sex bait because the best way to get a return on anime sales is Blu-ray sales. And Blu-rays are only bought by the most hardcore fans, and the most hardcore anime otakus are pedophiles. So they'll buy the Blu-ray to get, like, the saucier scenes or whatever. Yeah. So I think manga actually has a generally better disposition than anime. Sync with NorCal with the $5. This wanker has obviously never read Saga. Yeah, Saga, you mean, one of the best-selling comics ever. That's also incredibly progressive and like widely beloved. The sci-fi epic that starts out with like the anti-war interracial 12 Eisner and 17 Harvey Awards. Holy shit. First trade paperback collection won the 2013 Hugo Award for Best Graphic Story. It's also been noted for its diverse portrayal of ethnicity, sexuality, and gender social roles, and for its treatment of war. Also, it has a gigantic hairless cat that can only say the word lying, which it says if anyone nearby is lying. And that's good. Basically, like it feels like a Dungeons and Dragons premise, but actually all of Saga feels like a D&D game made by like very inventive people. What is it called? Lying Cat. What is it about? What is Saga about? A lot. I recommend you read it. It's very, very good. I would consider Saga to be in the category of maybe a half dozen comic series that I would just consider uncritically like everyone should read no matter what. It doesn't really matter if you like comics that much. It's just like top tier art. It's not that long either. Nice try, Logical Pretzels. You're not distracting me. Dino Man of the tier 2 sub, thank you very much. I sometimes really question, do these reactionary weebs even watch the shows they mention? Yujiro Hanma from Baki is precisely depicted as pansexual. I need to watch Baki, or at least read it. I never have. Sake with the 8 gifted tier 2 subs. Thank you very much. Heracles was not gay. He never bought him. True! The Greek historian who wrote on him literally said that. Like, he would not be homosexual, but he had many male lovers, which was literally like the gigantic, ultra-strong demigod would always top, so he wasn't gay, which, you know, true. Very, very true. And Shinji was definitely gay. He would never willingly get in the damn robot. Yeah, he only got in the robot for fucking Kaworu. Because he's gay. Gay ass boy. True, Posada-chan. There's a sex scene in Baki tree. Should I read the Baki manga or watch the Baki anime? Manga's better? Manga's almost always better. There are very, very, very few situations where I would say the manga isn't better than the anime. For example, I would say that season 1 of One Punch Man was pretty much perfectly done. Ooh, Hunter x Hunter. Yeah. It's a bit of a long one, but I think that Hunter x Hunter as an anime adaptation just beautifully adapts and expands on the manga. Oh, K-On! For sure. I watched Bocchi the Rock, which I enjoyed a lot. Demon Slayer? Demon Slayer is pretty good. Demon Slayer anime is pretty good. Pretty good. The Ant Colony arc was... Oh, yeah, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. The Ant Colony arc was so drawn out, though. I actually really liked that. One of the things that's always weirded me out a little bit about, like, fiction... Okay, you know how they say, like some weeks feel like hours and some hours feel like weeks or whatever? Like, our perception of time isn't consistent or anything. Sometimes it feels like an anime will have 12 episodes, and, like, 3 of the 12 will be, like non-canon goofing off bullshit. So you have 9 real episodes, and then like 7 of the 9 episodes will be like building up to something, and then 2 will be resolving it. I really liked the ant colony arc because the end of it. So for those of you who don't know, the idea of the ant colony arc is basically just like a bunch of like super evolved like animal ant dudes are getting really strong and killing people, and they've basically taken over a whole country. And an elite team of superpowered dudes are like going in there. The Chimera Ant arc, yeah. An elite team of So basically, the Chimera Ants have taken over a small dictatorship. They've taken control of it. They want to eat all the humans. They want to kill everyone. And the world government is like, wow, we really should put a stop to this right now. And one guy's like, what if we just carpet bombed everything? What if we just nuked them? And they're like, that's a good option. That's a good option. But also, maybe we could send in our crack team of superpowered operatives, okay? And the whole arc is like slowly, bit by bit, them working their way to this like central fortress, this like the big fight, like the big confrontation. And that big confrontation, when they finally get to it, lasts like 18 episodes. It lasts so long that the first 2 episodes of the invasion of the fortress take place over something like 24 seconds. Not joking. It's 24 seconds of time where like they like synchronize attacks across like 15 different angles. And then it's like, okay, 2 seconds pass. Here, and here. This happens. This guy falls down and knocks through a wall, which falls down and hits this. So when you get to this part, you see this happens. And then this guy intercepts it. And it's like you're doing like brain math the entire time to piece together, slowly breaking it apart. Okay, but that sounds awesome. It is. It's amazing. And they keep cutting to and everything affects everything else, man. Do you guys remember fucking dude, I got like chills. The part where Chairman Netero like does question mark and Pitot, the cat non-binary, gets knocked 5 billion miles in the opposite direction. Where Pitot's like, wow, hello, old man, I'm gonna fucking kill you. And then she blinks, and she's at the moment her eyes open, she's moving at Mach 8 in the opposite direction, and all she's thinking is like, what? And she stops and she does that eye thing. What was her fucking power? Where her perceptive ability was so great that it like flooded the entire palace with like the hairs on the back of their necks like prickling up or something. No, not that power. Like with the eye thing. Like every Nen user has the ability to like sense others, and she was so good at it that she basically she did like the perceptive equivalent of blasting the entire fortress with radiation. And yeah, the Ren or N, and it was like that time that she did that synchronized with like 18 other fights that they cut to in the middle of that point in the scene when Pitot did that. You know what I mean? Like, this is why at minute 2, second 37 in this invasion of the fortress, everyone else got fucking brain blasted by her. Oh my god. Or by them. Sorry, I'm transphobic now. I'm NB-phobic. God, it's so fucking good. Hey, Keffels. So you start talking about anime enthusiastically and the trans women show up. Yeah. Yeah, that's true, Zoth. It might be a little bit too much for me. Mr. Beast replied to the serfs. Oh no! Oh no! Ah! No! Lance! Lance! You gotta bet! Lance, get out! Lance, get out! No! Is the One Piece anime better? No, the manga is better. And no, Keffels, I don't know what Cyber 6 is, I'm afraid. It was nice knowing you, Lance. Fuck, now Lance is always going to be known as that guy who got epically owned by Mr. Beast. Did he at him? He didn't even at them. Oh, No! Mr. Beast! Hold on. There we go. You miss all the shots you don't take. Wait, get them to donate to your progressive victory? No, they don't need that, Demon Mama. I need... I feel like that's going to spark discourse. Nah, it's good. Yeah, he could give me $1 million, and it would only be to him $1 million, but also he's rich. Anyway, let's finish reading these donations. I'm never going to get a shower at this rate. Anime moment. Hey, Mr. Beast official. Fuck you. Yeah, me too, DM. If he calls your bluff, man. Nah, no shot. No shot, Mr. Beast checks his replies. Okay, let me read these through. Okay, the moral of the story is watch Hunter x Hunter. The Chimera Ant arc builds up to and ends with probably the most impactful, like, villain. Man, it's just so good. Dallasberg, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Gavin Grizzle, thank you for the $10. Remember, folks, by the end of Harry Potter, the status quo doesn't change and Harry becomes a wizard cop. True. She also wrote a gender dysphoric coded character who grows out of it after finding a good man. She's writing about herself there. Excuse me. Gib Hansen, thank you for the $5. Control FU, thank you for the 555. Probably true. Bell the Formless, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Happy to have you pump in. 21x69, thank you very much for the $2. Wait, I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. The donation from 21x69 says, Gorilla Monkey, Nick, K-U-R, Nick, K-U-R, boy, I love kids. Which leads me to believe that this person donated under the impression that text-to-speech was on, and it would have said the N-word. The only conclusion I can derive from this is that this guy's fucking retarded and a fucking shame to his race. Hey, your ancestors are frowning at you, okay? You're actually, wait, hold on. If you're a Nazi, you're probably a Hispanic, okay? Your Spaniard ancestors are frowning at you, all right? Well, they were out there colonizing half the goddamn known world. thinking, oh boy, what wealth we bring to our people, what our progeny will do. And here are you right now today, 65 IQ at best, smell like shit, no bitches, and here you are not even knowing how the fuck TTS works. I don't even have $5 TTS, or sorry, $2 TTS active. It's 5 when TTS is on. You fucking, thanks for the money, idiot. I'm going to use it to buy toilet paper, and I'll think of you when I use it. Bosch, I feel the need to emphasize the Baki anime literally skips the first 370 chapters of the manga. Read, don't watch. I'll read. I like reading manga anyway. Keffels, thanks the tier 1 sub. I know you. I know what you are. K-Comrade Robin Hood, the $5. The U.S. put officials and diplomats from Rojava on a no-fly and terror watch list. Now? That's interesting. U.S. troops trust Syrian Kurdish leaders with their lives, but the FBI doesn't even trust them to board a plane. The terror watch list includes Kurdish leader Salih Muslim and Azia Abdullah and some former Turkish MPs, leaked documents show. Oh, this is the no-fly list. Okay, well, to be fair, tons of people are on the no-fly list. Yeah, Turkish MPs and Kurdish leaders. I think this is just like a lot of people. Yeah. Listen, his name is Muslim, all right? That's why he's on the no-fly list. Me Informer, thank you for the $50. I really appreciate that. I remember you commenting you hate looking at your camera in interviews, so I'm donating in the hopes you can get the NVIDIA eye contact software. Love and hugs. Ha! I'm also putting that towards toilet paper. I fucking hate that bullshit-ass program. Also, I just don't like looking at the camera because my chat's right here. I'm just used to looking at chat. I'm fine with looking at camera. It's like, you know. Most people who look at their camera have their camera level with them, whereas my camera looks down on me. It makes me have to, like, look up, but yeah, you know. But thank you. I really appreciate it. I always thought that was autistic. Oh, I have no problem with making eye contact with people. But thank you. Thank you, me. And Markinator with the $5. Have you heard what Thought Slime says here about the left helping men? Oh, no.
Now, while I was making...
Oh, hold on. Ay.
This video, they all respected his grind. Now, while I was making this video, a question kind of made the rounds on leftist internet. The question of whether or not the hashtag online left does enough to appeal to hashtag men has become the question du jour. And like, that's a very misguided question, in my opinion. Broadly speaking, the goal of the left should be to spread power to the most people possible. And so it should always be kind of harder to get...
Wait. Spread power? Before we spread power, we need numbers, right? I don't know what that means. Like, we want... Like, any political movement should be supported by the greatest number of people possible.
Get people who already have unfair amounts of power on board. That's inconvenient, but it's also kind of unavoidable without diluting the goals we seek to achieve. It is never in the self-interest of the powerful to aid the powerless. That's the reason there are...
This is like a really common lefty sentiment, but I really wish they would think about it for like just a little while. If they genuinely believe this, then like why was the most successful civil rights protester in American history at like making an active effort to appeal to white people? MLK. And like why have like you know, like successful changes to status quo and power. The argument would be like, okay, so gay people don't need to appeal to straight people, trans people not to cis people, black people not to straight. And it's like, well, no, obviously in reality, like there are two ways you can win in a social setting, right? It's you either convince your opposition or you dominate them, like in power, you know? So either gay people do Jan 6, storm the Capitol, and introduce like a gay junta where they kill all straight people or some bullshit, or like more realistically and more desirably, you try to convince the people who are in power over you that they need not be, that equality is okay. We've done this before, right? It's like an ongoing process, but you do need to bring people over on this, you know?
are powerful and powerless people in the first place. And men, by and large, are more powerful than women.
Wait, how long does this go on? Also, keep in mind that men being more socially powerful than women does not translate to every guy feeling like he's part of a superior social class than women. For instance, if you're a guy and you're in high school, you might actually feel the opposite in a lot of cases. Because we're talking about how people experience these issues, not how they actually manifest.
There are, of course, exceptions. There are intersections of other forms of oppression that can make individual people's stories different than the general trend. But like, men have most of the money, authority, and do most of the murdering and assaulting, often to not men. In virtually any circumstance where a man has a shitty time in life, if that man were a woman, they would be having a worse time, because they'd have all of their regular problems plus some new woman problems.
This is not necessarily true, because a lot of guys who are having problems have problems in interpersonal situations where men are not necessarily privileged. Men aren't really privileged in their ability to make friends or find relationships. If their problem is that they're like super poor, then that can't necessarily be fixed by being a woman. Though women are more likely to be able to not go homeless because there are more women's shelters and women are considered less threatening. So possible acquaintances might be more willing to let them sleep over at a place. But, you know, that's kind of an edge case thing. Obviously, women also have their own specific issues, but, you know, it's complicated, you know? Yeah, it's complicated. In the West today, male-female power dynamics are really messy.
Pointing out that this is unfair is always going to ruffle some feathers. It's going to make some men very mad because they like having all of the stuff they don't deserve. They don't care.
Okay, so right off the bat, this right here is unironic, like anti-progressive propaganda masquerading as like honest, straightforward political analysis. We're not talking about taking anything from guys. You don't have to take anything from them. They're not going to lose anything. This is like the argument they make. It's like, well, did you know by elevating black people, you're actually hurting white people? Well, no, it's not a zero-sum game. I don't know why they... Why will lefties say, dude, it's not a zero-sum game when they're talking like broadly, but then privately they're like, yeah, it is a zero-sum game. I don't get it. Why? You don't need to say that. Like, all I'm talking about is like appealing to men and like taking their issues seriously and uplifting them on those issues, not in ways that give them more social power over women, but rather on like insecurities and concerns and life advice stuff they have, which usually serves as an entry point to right-wing politics.
They like that. They want it to stay that way because it suits them because of the stuff. So those guys, they're never going to be...
Also, your average 13-year-old boy is not like... If you ask your average 13-year-old boy, like, hey, how's being a guy going for you? They're not going to respond, well, I love all the additional social power it gives me. That is just not... This is not how... It's like some people seem to think that like the average member of a demographic group has a perspective of that group, which is equal to like a Wikipedia summary of a Sociology 101 course on that group, you know? Like, how do you like being black? Well, as a black person, I do not enjoy my lower average income and household wealth. I also do not enjoy the mistreatment by the criminal justice system that I receive. You know, like, it's just, that's not how people experience, especially young people.
Be on our side. We shouldn't want them to be on our side because they're just going to fuck everything up, right? Like,
What? You don't want guys on your side if the guy wants to maintain the privileges they have? Can't we all have those privileges? Or I guess in that case, it wouldn't be a privilege. It would just be sort of like equal treatment. It's like every lefty, isn't it? Genuinely and fully, it's like every fucking lefty who's like this online. Not that I'm surprised that they would be like this. You know?
Our side is meant to stop those guys. It's like saying we should be trying to appeal to billionaires to fund the left. That might be convenient, but...
Yes. Oh my God, yes. A single billionaire distributing money through left-wing media channels could single-handedly undo an enormous amount of influence. One of the reasons why there are so many, like, out-of-nowhere right-wing grifters who suddenly become prominent is because there's an enormous amount of dude, it's like they're allergic to winning, man. Yeah, Engels was fucking wealthy. It's like it may seem useful to be able to win and have power, but actually that's not progressive enough. Yeah, he owned like large mills, like multiple factories. His family was wealthy. They were like textile mills.
To get them on board, we have to fundamentally change our goals. So if we want to achieve...
No, we don't. All you have to, for a billionaire, you could just say, hey, these are our goals. We think this is morally right. We're appealing to your good senses here. Can you please give us money? If the billionaire was then like, well, actually, I'll only give you money if you change your goals to not be as hard on the wealthy, then we say no. We're not talking about changing the disposition of the left broadly. Yeah, Dima, I get that. It's just like in the context of the argument provided here, it doesn't make any sense. You would want like anything you could get, you know?
Those goals, we have to be okay with alienating certain groups of people. Just pausing here because I don't think I did a great job of clarifying this.
You didn't.
This point, I am not saying that dudes are unreachable. I'm saying that there are a portion of dudes who are unreachable. They're a small minority, but
there are a portion of all groups that are unreachable because that's just how people are. But you can still appeal to guys' interests, guys representing, you know, half the population of the planet. You can still reach out to them and try to, like, indicate to them that it's in their interest to move leftward without just doing, like, preachy gatekeepy bullshit.
My point is that because most dudes are reachable and can be made to understand that actually sexism is bad.
Okay, so let's find ways of convincing them of that point, right? Okay, right. They can be reached. So how do you reach them? Well, then you have to think of a good way of presenting that information to them, right? Maybe you should take subjects that they have a lot of emotional investment in, something they dedicate a lot of time to, something they think about a lot, something that weighs heavily on their mind, and think, how can I offer them a solution? How can I help them? How can I appeal to this interest? Here.
We therefore don't need to mollycoddle those who are too sensitive to hear that. Because chances are, if you don't like hearing that sexism is bad, if hearing that makes you not want to be cool or chill, then probably you weren't going to be useful as an ally.
Okay, this right here, this right there, that right there is the thing that shoots us in the foot every single time. If you just go up to some kid and you're like, hey, sexism is bad, you should stop being sexist, and like then they're not convinced by your epic argument, and then you're like, oh, I guess he wasn't going to move over anyway, then you do actually believe that men can't be reached. Like, sexism is bad isn't an argument obviously, that's like tautological. Sexism is a form of discrimination which is socially, like, conditioned to be bad. Like, even conservatives rarely say openly, I am sexist. They'll say, no, I'm not sexist. I just think men and women have different blah, 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 blah. That's because there's a strong social norm towards sexism being bad. So if your only argument is walking up to them and going, sexism is bad, and if they don't immediately prostrate before you and beg at your feet to let them into the movement, then that means they're unreachable, then you actually do think they're unreachable. You have to find ways to make that argument for them. How is sexism bad? Okay, well, here's an interesting question. What leads some men to believe sexism is good? Well, that's what we're arguing against, right? I mean, there's only really two roads you can go down on the whether sexism is good or bad thing, right? I mean, it's different flavors of two directions. So what leads many of them to believe that it's actually good, knowingly or unknowingly? Well, a lot of them, in my experience, are led to believe that sexism, or at least sexist attitudes, are good because of their experiences with dating and gender biases between the two groups. The idea being that men and women operate better in a social sense if they are not equal socially, but rather serve different roles. That's the root of historical sexism, right? The root of historical sexism isn't the idea that women are bad. In fact, the term misogynist was coined to describe men who were not merely paternalistically sexist, but who actively hated women. Or to put it another way, the kind of person who hates women was being made fun of by sexists hundreds of years ago, to the point where a term was coined to make fun of them. So hatred of women isn't really the active operative position, right? It usually stems from something else. Well, what leads to people being sexist or hating women? No matter how you run at it, and this is pretty demonstrable given all the young men who flock towards Peterson or Andrew Tate, a lot of it stems from insecurities that guys have. The belief that the way women behave today is off-putting and antisocial and civilizationally destructive, and that the best way to fix it would be to undo feminism and the gains that it's made. Insecurity is the root of this, so we have to find ways to address that insecurity, which you will not do, by the way, by just running up to them and saying, hey, sexism is bad. What is your response? And they're like, you're like, too slow. Puh! You fucking run away. Joel was much better at articulating a disagreement. Yeah, that's because Joel is fucking dope.
Also, probably, you don't wipe your ass. There's a statistical likelihood that you don't wipe your asshole. Reactionaries will always be able to get a foothold in any group
they've got me.
Of people being made to grapple with the unfair power they benefit from. Telling people they're special and deserve all the nice shit that they have, that's going to be an easier sell 10 times out of 10 than like saying, hey, maybe you should have less stuff and other people should have more.
Wait, again, what is with this zero-sum game shit? What do men have to have less of? Why do we keep... Why do lefties keep... In the case of like billionaires, obviously a socialist system would let a billionaire have less stuff than they do right now. But like, what is a man losing? Feminism doesn't harm men. Why do they keep repeating anti-feminist talking points?
It just is. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know if you noticed it, but there's a kind of boom-bust cycle in capitalist economies. I think I'm the first person to point that out. But in recent times, they've gotten all the booms to go to a handful of jerks, and the rest of us been doing nothing but busting.
Men would lose some aspect of male privilege, right? Okay, but materially, what do you mean when you say that? Like in actuality, what are we talking about? Now at boardroom meetings, rather than men being picked to talk 15% more often, everyone gets picked equal amounts? That privilege? Like, really, what are we talking about here? No, I mean it. I'm looking at chat right now. I want somebody to tell me. Like, most of the stuff that feminism wants to change is preventing men from doing things that is already bad to do anyway. Like, feminism and the Me Too movement. Don't rape. Don't sexually harass people. Stop spanking the asses of your secretaries in the workplace. Like, that shit. But like, that's not men losing something they ought to have anyway, or want to have, ideally. If you walked up to a guy and you were like, hey, how would you feel about feminism if the only thing you lost was you couldn't rape your secretary? I feel like most guys, if they could get past the weirdness of the question, would be okay with that, you know? Male privilege is just a very nebulous thing, you know? A lot of male privilege is just not being targeted for the bad stuff that non-men get, you know? I agree it's incredibly stupid to grant the narrative of conservatives and men are going to lose things generally, but being charitable, I think men will still lose some stuff. If there are men who are convinced they want to live like Andrew Tate, aka a pimp, that type of man would lose things. Yeah, but true, but Andrew Tate's currently in jail, right? Like, that's my point. If your argument is like, okay, well, with feminism, men will lose the right to rape and traffic women sexually. It's like, okay, all right. But when I think like men, I don't think of that as like a male privilege thing, because women can also do, like, it's illegal when women do it too. Like, it's like, so a woman could also do some big sex trafficking thing or whatever. I mean, it's not as likely to happen for a wide variety of reasons, but I'm not really thinking of that like, okay, well, this is something men are losing. I'm thinking like, maybe men will lose like a little bit of the assumed competence that they get over women, but even that's changing, because women are graduating from college way more than men are. So it's possible that demographically that's like not even, I don't know. I think that feminism is a slam fucking dunk for men personally. I really do. I do think that. I genuinely believe that. I have been a feminist for a long time now, at least like a solid decade. I have never cucked myself out to any of these pansy bitches. I have never not insulted a woman who annoyed me. I will never, ever, 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 ever feel like I have to apologize for being a guy. I'm uncucked, but none of that has anything to do with being a feminist. We're talking about like very basic social stuff, you know? I don't think I lose anything. We don't have to apologize or weaken ourselves. It's just, you know, it's a good sell. That's true, DM. It feels like the narrative has moved on now that we're further from Gamergate, but I hold all those positions.
Sorry, I'm just gonna take another take of that. The rest of us other people's shit, because that rules. Just to have other people's shit, I would love to take shit from you. Patreon.com/. Part of that understanding is going to be uncomfortable, but prioritizing male comfort over the safety of others isn't going to help. It's just
okay. So this is just going to contain all the same like thoughtless, like bumper sticker slogans that we've gone over a million times before, right? Like you'll literally say like, "Hey, we should develop rhetoric to address concerns that men have without changing anything about our own movement," and they'll be like, okay, so you want to let rapists in?" It's, yeah, thoughtless slime. Yeah, it's unfortunately, it's like the same all the time. It's the same. I mean, this is from 10 days ago, I guess, but it's not like they're any less stupid now. Yeah, okay. We could go over the whole thing, but like, really, what's the point? Okay, hold on. We're so over this. Okay. Wolf Shadow Hill, I will not play New Vegas on stream. Thank you. Nolan Mosley, thank you for the $5. I have not checked them out. House Sparks and Nameless Wing, thanks to the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. All right, you dinguses, you goofy buffoons. Considering the fact that I woke up late this morning and had a headache, I think we managed to have a pretty decent stream, wouldn't you say? I think we talked the talk. I think we walked the walk a little bit even. And I'm going to throw you guys over to the Surfs TV because we uncritically stan Lance. And you are going to go over there and you're going to tell him how right and how good he is, okay? That's what you guys are going to do. I love you all very much. Definitely we're going to stream tomorrow unless I get a really bad headache. Again, I'm sorry. I'm dying. You know how it is. I love you all very much. Beautiful people. Good luck and be well. Click and